I think we're good. Should be good. Oh, the email client, once again, right at the very start of the stream, I guess, got lonely last time being shut off. But good to be back here in Transport Fever 2. We had a great time last week getting the hub station set up, operating for the first time. Still plenty to do. Still plenty to get hooked into this, but we are doing a whole lot right here. We've got this main hub station where most of our ingredients are coming in. Ingredients being the finished goods, so that's probably not the right word to use. We also have a few lines that we still need to build going to other cities. We've got some passenger rail to expand, and we have this other station up here that is going up to these two towns here, Pembroke Pines and Norfolk, and then we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here that would absolutely love to get in on the action as well. And then there's the other, entire half of this map, which is gonna be a whole thing. We also have this tool factory that is about to go bye-bye. I cannot get this to do anything in the next, 2 weeks in-game, so see you later, I guess. We've got plenty of fun stuff to get to today, so we'll jump right on into it. I think we're going to need to build another hub station on this side of the map just by virtue of how difficult it would be to get a bunch of stuff over here, but we'll see. The good news is Birmingham has all 4 of its needs met to some degree. Not perfectly yet, but everything is addressed. These guys as well. Mostly. It's not perfect, but, they have 4 things, and 4 things are being delivered in some quantity. Vancouver, not so much. They want packaged goods, and they want building materials. And we don't have a lot of building materials to go around, and we haven't even made any packaged goods whatsoever, so that's going to be its own can of worms when we get to that. But what they do have is a passenger station. They've got 32 people wanting to go somewhere up here. New York City has a whole bunch of machines, but nothing else. And that's one of the reasons why I said we probably should have a separate hub station for this half of the map, because the building materials already having a huge hard time getting everything distributed everywhere. And this one quarry is already maxed out, and there isn't another one up on this side of the map. We do have another materials plant over here, but there's nothing to bring over there. So our only real chance to get that going is to come down here and take advantage of this quarry and this quarry at this construction materials plant, which conveniently is located right next to Indianapolis. So that's good news. Indianapolis and Billings and Vancouver, not Corona, but maybe at some point soon, all want building materials. And fortunately, the only cities over here that want it, New York City, Port St. Lucie, and then I guess that's it. These will always end up growing. They always do. So why don't we start setting up a materials plant feed here? Should be pretty simple. Just one station here, one station here, one station here, 2 separate lines that would then converge at the station. We've done it a billion times before. But I did want to point something out. It's 1949. In 1950, I'm pretty sure, we get access to the higher speed freight cars, which is going to be fun. Hey, Redneck. How's it going? Having fun in Oxygen Not Included? Yeah, get that road out of there. We definitely don't need that. Yeah, this should be nice and easy here. All right. Oh, that's right. I need to have this set to, let's say 3. 3 seems like a smart choice. Maximum length. Don't need high speed for freight. As hilarious as that would be, I don't think it would work at all. And I probably, I wish I could raise the height of this, but we're already on kind of a slope thing that's going to make it weird, so maybe not the best idea. We'll just pop this here for a cool $1 million. Also started Against the Storm. Really like it. Makes a nice change of pace compared to Oxygen Not Included. I've heard a lot of good stuff about that. Been a while since I was last on a stream. Good to see you. Always good to have people come back. Hope you're having a good day as well. Let's see. Straight line here. Yeah, pretty much exactly straight line. That's going to fit really nice right here. We just need that single. And then right here, same kind of deal. We don't need the roads, except we don't have any flying DeLoreans in this one. So just get that unhooked. And that is, unfortunately... Wait, no, that's not connecting two cities. That's only this one city here. And then it just goes to all these farms, and it doesn't go all the way over here. So then I don't have to feel bad about, you know, getting rid of it. I don't really care to have these windy country roads everywhere. With apologies to John Denver, but you know how it is. Didn't get the Back to the Future mod. You know, I haven't checked to see if that exists. But the game turns off achievements if you have mods enabled. So I'm trying to get to the point where I can get the achievement, and then I'll turn mods on for this. So I would love to have more options for rolling stock that aren't just well, you know, whatever is included in this game. But I also would like the achievement for, hey, I did the thing with all the trains, which is most of the reason why I was doing this. But I digress. Now we've got our stations for these guys. We'll just get these connected here. I will have this top station be the one that goes up to the hub. This right here really, really likes tunnels, but that's okay. I really don't understand why it decided to do this, but sure, whatever. Okay, what is this collisioning with? So I guess I just have to have that go through the same thing. Let's all the way out here. Now, where is that tunnel going to come out? Because that is still... This is a whole lot of underground for trains. Sheesh. Still here, still here, still here. Oh, it comes out right in front of the station. Alright, well, that's okay. I didn't want to watch that thing go anyway. I don't even know how that's supposed to be pronounced, but... Oh, no, we got all the barges in here. Okay. We need lines. So we're going to call this the Indianapolis Building Material Doohickey. Just like that. All America Golden Sand. Yep, here's our 75-mile-an-hour freight stuff coming in. We'll take care of that in just a moment, but... So that's going to be... Can't type and think at the same time. Wow. Good job, me. And that will go here. Same kind of deal. Yes, that's what I want to do, is do that instead of finishing naming it, you absolute buffoon. Will I be able to type properly? Find out next week on Dragon Ball Z. There we go. Alright, so that gets our supply going. And then we have to, of course, have some trains on there. But since we now have the super fast, relatively speaking, 75-mile-per-hour freight cars, we need to do an audit of all of our trains. So, come over here to vehicle statistics, and we can just go right down the line with all of these trains. Oh, that's too many trains, and upgrade those. So this can be unpaused, I suppose. This is the Birmingham Mixed Freight Express. It has a whole lot of stuff going on. We've got 6 tank cars, 4 box cars, 2 flat cars. Easiest thing for us to do is going to be to just duplicate that. So this guy, 50 miles an hour, capacity of 12. This guy goes 75 and has a capacity of 18. Also looks like it's maybe about 25-30% longer. That's fine. The boxcar upgrade goes from 50 with 12 capacity to 75 and 18. You're seeing a theme here. And then the flat car, same kind of deal. 50 and 12, 75 and 18. So, it's going to be longer train, but it's going to be a better one. And we will just upgrade that in place for 12 million bucks. And now we have a huge, huge capacity increase. This will be our first train with that. Hey, how's it going? Having a good time with Transport Fever 2? Hope you are having a good Saturday. Or I guess technically it's possible it's early Sunday where you are if you're on the other side of the planet. Anyway, on we go. This one is next. Building Materials Express. This one's easy. We just have all these flat cars. So, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Too many. Too many flat cars. 204 capacity. We basically just have to match that. I don't think it can really carry more than that at a time, and I don't think, well, in terms of production. So we'll go to 216. And same old, you know, just go right down the way here. Forever and ever and ever, we got 156 capacity with boxcars. We'll go to 162 and just call that good enough. In case you're expecting this to be a fast thing, no, it will not be a fast thing. It will be a very slow thing. But once this very slow thing is done, everything that goes on the very slow thing will become a very fast thing because it can go 50% faster. That's how math works. Oh, God, what? This thing is ancient. Okay, we have to do something about this. This thing is going at the speed of smell. Any limit on train length? Theoretically, no. But if you go longer than the platform length, it will take longer to load and unload. And the locomotive will struggle a whole lot because it won't have enough power to pull everything quickly. So this is just going to end up being a complete overhaul. We can't even get this locomotive anymore. This is one of the super, super old ones. So I think it's going to make sense. The Hub Tool Supply, Hub Tool Express, whatever. I probably should have named those exactly the same thing. Let's give that a big boy. And it has 72 capacity. We'll bump that up. Just make it nice and easy. Of course, there's tools which go in boxcars. We'll go to that cool 108 capacity. And it's also a lot faster, so that should really, really help things out. All right. Now, let's see. We did that. We did that. All of these... Well, this says bad because the locomotive is old, but it's fine. Machine supply. Same kind of deal. 204 capacity. Bring me your ancient things, and I will refresh them. Up to 216. Probably don't need to keep hitting X on all of this stuff, but... that was this one, right? Hopefully. Yeah. Alright. Mixed freight going to Norfolk needs to be redone. We have 4 boxcars, and we have 8 flat cars. That might change as we continue getting other stuff figured out here, but I'll just duplicate the car count even if it's not, you know, the correct kind of thing. Alright, so now we have steel supply, all that fun stuff, 204 capacity in the gondolas. Nice and easy. 216 is the easy one to do there. Now, I probably could just, you know, group select a whole bunch of these and replace them all at once, but I'm already doing this, so it's fine. We have the steel iron supply. I do have a couple of those. Should be pretty simple. That one has 300 capacity. Okay. What free path is that waiting for? It shouldn't be waiting for a free path at all. Alright, it shouldn't be possible for this to have a conflict with anything. Because it just has its own... Oh, this one was leaving the station. Okay, there it goes. Sorry, I should go to sleep now. See you later. Hey, thanks for popping in. Don't need to apologize for getting sleep. Sleep is important. As many people have yelled at me about when making the the Iron Teeth series, but I digress. Let's get these rest of these popped in. Hello from the West Coast. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good morning. Get this up to our 306 capacity. Alright, so that's all of our steel stuff done. Now we have all these other mixed freights. We're down to P. We are like a third. We're a third of the way down. But it's so much better when you have access to the faster cars. 6 tankers, 6 boxcars. Simple. And we do get a modest capacity increase from that as well. Alright, now the food farms. More gondolas. I'm assuming that was at 216. I didn't actually check to remember, but I don't think they can even carry that much anyway. Doesn't matter. I guess we can check this. Oh, 98 capacity. Okay. Yeah, we probably don't need to have any more than that. We'll go to 108. So I guess I should probably sell some of these back. Just so we, you know, aren't paying maintenance on all that if we're not using it. Alright, so now we got this 98 capacity. It's great having just fewer cars. It's so much easier to keep track of stuff. Alright, so now this one is just a whole bunch of boxcars. Good. We might have to modify some of these as the demand for different materials grows. But 8 of these boxcars, easy enough to take care of. Alright, now we're all the way down here to PP Plank Supply. Because that's a real name of something. But since those are all on the same... Oh, these aren't named. I'm going to have to fix that. These are all on the same line, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will just have to... Wait, why is there only 2 of these? But it said there were 3... Oh, never mind. That's machines. Oh, that's steel supply. Wow, I'm not batting 1,000 today. All right, so we got 204 on the flat cars. Easy to fix that. We'll get back into building stuff soon, don't worry. Just have to make these upgrades. The condition of train 1 is very bad. I'm sure it is. All right. That's done. So now we are on PP Steel Supply. Predictably, another 204 with the flat cars. Alright, and now we have all these that are not named. So these are the real legacy operators right here. Good night from the east. Good to see you. Yeah, it's late over there. 144 capacity on these tankers here, and this is going to the fuel refinery. This is a route I wanted to redo. So, I honestly should probably... Wait, no. Oh, this one's only going between this station and this station. This is actually fine. I just have to upgrade it. Drink water, kids. That's good for you. I say to my audience of people who are mostly my age. Yeah, see, this really could use an upgrade. Really, really, really could use an upgrade. But, I guess it's fine. This is a very short platform, so reducing the length of the train will slightly increase loading speed, while also increasing capacity. So 144 is going to get us there in only 8 cars, instead of like 12. So we'll see that when the loading stops. This should fit very nicely. Yeah, this game has a lot of really good details in it. You're absolutely correct. See, we don't have that warning there. But yeah, the stratified layers on the map. And if you go into an area where there's hills, you'll see that they actually do grow. It's not just like a static thing. SimCity 3000 and SimCity 4 did this to a certain extent. Although SimCity 3000, it was more or less the terrain itself changed color as you got higher and higher. But SimCity 4, the edge of the map kind of did that. I should stream that at least once. That was a fun game. It is a little janky on modern computers, though, and it was not multi-core optimized, so it ends up not looking great. Let's call this Fuel Refinery Express. We should rename these as we go around. Okay, so this is Tool Production Loop, Train 2, 4, and 5. And this is one of the ones I wanted to redo, but at the present time, I kind of don't want to mess with it. So, instead we're going to go over here to our Tool Production Loop nonsense and just take care of all three of these at the same time. 132, 132, 132, nice and simple. So, if I can, click correctly. Let's go to 162 on these. Give ourselves a little bit of a boost. And, you know what? Locomotive-wise, 412.2 is a formidable locomotive. However, big boy. And it's only like 30% more, so. Give these guys right there. $85 million to upgrade that. But it's already going to be a tremendous improvement. And this will be net positive very, very, very soon. So let's rename this. Tool Production Loop Train 1. And then same story here. Why do I always want to put the S on there? All right. So now we're down to, well, still a lot of unnamed trains, but that'll be fine. Okay, what's train 6? Crude oil supply. See, that's making some decent money. So that is, I believe, literally just here to here. And it doesn't quite fill all the way up. Interesting. Ah, that's maxed out, and we don't have another oil well connected. But we also have... Oh, no, we do have this one connected. Okay, that's fine. Matthew, welcome to the Beard Boosters. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Just watched a video about them using 4014, the big boy, with the number 4014, to push a stuck train over the hill. Send that in chat, if it lets you send links. I'd like to watch that later. But yeah, Union Pacific, for those of you who are not aware, did a kind of a tour around the country, around the lines that they own, showing off big boy unit number 4014, which was restored and is operational a couple years back, and a whole lot of people went out and took videos of it, got to see stuff. So I don't know, I'd like to go see it, but I'm never obviously out on the West Coast or the western half of the country that often. But if they end up actually merging with Norfolk Southern, maybe they'll take it over my way. Who knows? If you can't find it, that's fine. I'm sure I could locate it with minimal issue. But I need to keep going on this, just upgrade these guys. Because this can only go 50 miles an hour. Not like this can really accelerate that quickly anyway. But you already know. 132 capacity. We will just get this replaced with the big boy. Up to 144. And we can call this Oil Refinery Supply 1. Then Crude Oil Supply 2. Probably should keep the same naming scheme. 228 capacity. Okay, this definitely is going to need a big boy. Maybe maybe something bigger than a big boy, but... See, 234 I think was the thing. Let's go to 252. And then we can call this Crude Oil Supply 2. And I probably should have this other one named the same. CS Garibo, welcome to the Beard Boosters as well. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Hope you are having a good Saturday as well. Alright, so this is Quarry Supply. Where's this one? All the way up here. So this is basically the only thing supplying all of the building material to the building material plant. So this needs to be improved tremendously. 204 capacity with one of these guys. This is actually a pretty good locomotive for this. We just need to have, you know, actual capacity. So now we have 252 capacity. They're probably not going to be able to fill this at all, but is what it is. In fact, I think based on that, we can shorten this, make it go a little bit faster. Let's go down to 144, because it's only got 114 there. Should be able to cruise just a tad bit faster, which will improve our production. What's above Big Boy? Giant Boy. Well, as far as steam locomotives, no. Big Boy is the largest one that was ever built and used in revenue service in the United States. I'm sure, I don't know, maybe the Russians or somebody made something larger than that at some point, but see, Big Boy came out in the U.S. right around the end of the steam era, and right when diesels were starting to take over, so it's kind of iconic for that reason as well. It's kind of like the last gasp of the old technology, being this incredibly huge, enlightened, almost living thing. Just like, it's huge, man. And it's articulated, too. That's rare on steam locomotives. It had 2 sets of driving wheels that were able to, like, kind of swivel underneath. But I lost my train of thought. Core supply. I needed to rename this. We'll call this, well, quarry supply. Not quarry S. Quarry supply. Please allow me to type. What is wrong with me? Okay. There we go. We're getting through it, folks. I know. We got a lot still to do. Tool production loop's already been taken care of. Let's see. Peoria building materials. Yeah, see, this is the one. It didn't make sense at this exact point in time for me to have this rerouted all the way down here, just to have it come all the way up here. But now Hollywood wants all this other stuff. And I think, you know, the time might be now for us to say goodbye to these things. But it's gonna be a problem pretty soon with the food if we don't take care of all the rest of this stuff beforehand. So I don't know. See, I really shouldn't have these single things going out here on dedicated train lines. It would help spread a little bit more equitably here. So, and these are old, so I'm just going to... no, I don't want maintenance. I want to sell. No, I don't want maintenance. I want to sell. There we go. That's the button. And then the Peoria building material line gets to go away. I know. Sad day. But it's part of the overall plan. We're going to make it better. It's going to be okay. Hollywood growing enough with almost a full supply of building materials. That's why nobody else has any. Yeah, that should be fixed. But I haven't gotten there yet. This quarry supply is fine. Oh, never mind. I totally have gotten there. And this is an empty train going back, so guess what? Now there is no more train. That can be Hollywood building materials. Sell that. Maybe we can keep the tracks. Not entirely sure how it's going to end up getting run, but hey, Gary. Good to see you. No. We're not getting rid of the old stuff. If it's terrible, we'll get rid of it, but we're, I don't know. I don't have anything else. I'm out of ideas. Okay, so this we already upgraded, kind of. This is one of our passenger trains. It's actually pretty good at this point, honestly. We have these Alco PAs, legendary diesel electric locomotive, and then we have these older style passenger cars. So these cars have a speed rating of 112 miles per hour, capacity of 19. The All-America Golden Sand. Well, All-America would not be the name of the company that manufactured this, but Golden Sand, I'm pretty sure, was the name of one of these coaches that they would have taken that out of there. But it goes 119, has the same capacity, so you know, there's not really any benefit to us changing this. It's the exact same cost to run, except it looks a little bit nicer with the locomotive. So I'm not going to mess with these right now, because this is it would just cost money for no improvement whatsoever. But this guy here, our little Pioneer Zephyr, might be time for that thing to, you know, go away here. It's 110 miles per hour, but it only has 609 horsepower. What a shame, too, because this thing's cool. It just looks neat. But it's not quick. The other things that we replaced it with were substantially faster. So, but since this is a new one, I can do all the new stuff there. Farewell. You've served us well. There we go. So now we got those three. I really should name these. We'll call this Concord Vancouver 1. And these are going to get changed even more in the future, I'm sure. And then this same guy here. There we go. We're almost done, I say, as we are 2/3 of the way done. Plank supply. Now these are like all just individual things I have to take care of. So this is plank supply 2. Where? That's plank supply 2 going into this mess for tool production. So that's going to have to get renamed. We'll call it Tool Prod Plank Supply 2. Although it's not really supplying planks, is it? 120 capacity on the small things there, so that will be replaced with, you already know. Thank you, email client. 144. Alright, train 26. Flint branch log supply. There you go. That is... oh, that's way up here. Housekeeping is good. Yes, the Lockheed Super Constellation. Magnificent airplane. Absolutely tremendous. We're not going to use it because it's an airplane. But so these are actually identical, but they're on different lines, so I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, Flint branch log supply 1. Really should have named these earlier. 108 and the little baby boy. That's fine. We'll go up to 126 with the big boy. Flint branch log supply 2. Type correctly, please. Thank you. Oh, I didn't make this one for 144, but I made this one for 144. I don't think it's ever going to fill up all the way, but we'll see. Only 98 years to go for the achievement. Yep. And we've only been playing this for 52, but it's fine. We may end up speeding up time at some point, but I do want endgame for this map to be every city has every need fulfilled. That would be great. I don't know how easy that's going to be. I'm expecting it to be really, really hard. New York steel supply. That goes here to here. Okay. That is what we will name this then. Alright, 120. I'm just saying this out loud so you can remind me if I forget. Still goes on the flat cars. There we go. Let's bump that up to 144. Nice and easy. Alright, New York Steel iron supply. I'm pretty sure this is really going to benefit from having additional supplies here coming in from these guys. So we will see. We'll see what happens. I might have to reconfigure this. No, I started in 1900. I'm not that much of a masochist. Starting in 1850 is absolute torture. Because the only train stuff you have available is like the very, very, very first ones. I'm trying to think, what would be the best way to do this? I really should lengthen this platform here, which would require me to take some of this out. Well, we only have 8 of these trains to, you know, improve. So I really shouldn't be too worried about this. See, 123 out of 156. Where is this guy right here? Okay. So it's not even using the entire capacity that it has for this. And that fits with plenty of length. Okay, well, we just need to have 150. Oh, it says 168. Oh, because it's never used more than 156. Okay. Well, we'll go to 156, or I guess 162, because that's closest I can get to. Fair, very fair. I make a lot of questionable decisions in some of these games. Alright, so now this needs, once again, 108. That actually works out quite nicely. I'm going to give it one more car to get to 126. I don't think it's going to need it, but we'll see. Train 31, New York Machines. Man, I cannot type to save my life. 4 boxcars holds 48. How many is it going to get loaded up with here? And will it want more? I guess we just need to find out. Waiting for free path. Ah, I need to redo that station. I'm going to forget, but let's get this thing loaded up. It only takes 20. Okay, well that's not going to work. But 3 boxcars will be sufficient for that, so we will leave that alone. All right, train 32. New York Plank Supply. And it says it can hold 48. We will see how many it actually gets. I guess I should probably be following this one if we're actually working on it. Okay, so it takes all the way filled up, and it actually has plenty more that it can do. So it's going to get an upgrade. Yes, it gets the big boy. And planks go on the flat cars. So let's go 72. And then see if this fills that up as well. We got plenty of them waiting for sure. Yeah, okay. It can definitely do that. It can do even more. Let's give it one more to go to 90. And by one more, I mean 2 more to go to 108. And then we'll leave it at that. All right, 4 left. These are our little Birmingham shuttles. I don't think there's a good replacement for these. Or any replacement for these. These are just little diesel units. But condition being very bad, it does affect pollution, which negatively impacts the city. So I'm just going to just replace this. And we'll call this Birmingham Shuttle Clockwise. Except now I've reversed my order here. I really can't type and talk at the same time. Alright, counterclockwise shuttle. Same kind of deal. Alright, and then just do one of these numbers here. And these aren't ever full, but they are being used, which is nice to see. Alright, we're getting close, folks. 2 more remain. Flint Machines Supply. Which, honestly, I get turned around all the time. This is going to be replaced with a central hub thing when we get around to it, but for the time being, it exists, so we'll just upgrade the speed on this. I'm not going to upgrade the locomotive, because that would be kind of unnecessary, unless... Is that this guy? Actually, no, this is kind of an older... Yeah, forget it. You get a big boy. Everybody gets a big boy. I know it's an expensive single train to run, but it's fine. We're making tons of money. But it will be dealt with at another point in time. Train number 40, New York Steel Iron Supply 2. Sounds like a terrible B movie. But this does need to get its cars replaced. 120 capacity with the gondolas. Now I guess let's see how full this gets. Okay, so this actually could have substantially more here. Let's go to 162. Can you make a museum or something when you decommission a locomotive? So I wish... Oh my god, I wish I would have thought of that. There's an achievement for having a museum line that has... like, you can have one line with every era of vehicles in the game, and you'll get an achievement for it. And I now realize that I should have I should have kept that, but it is what it is. Hyper photo. Also decided to play trains only, going well. Good to hear. We're having a good time with this. Just as of now, finished upgrading all of our trains to have the high-speed freight cars. By high speed, I mean 75 miles per hour. Or 120 kilometers, or whatever that works out to. Maybe not quite 120 kilometers, but man, this iron supply is just going nuts over here. But I don't need more iron, I need more coal. Hey, Jason. So this is our problem. Our coal mine can't keep up, and I think I only have the one. Yeah, that's not going to fly. We're really going to have to redo this, but let's see. That gets all the way... Only takes 83. Okay, well, it's close enough, I guess. So many things we need to do. So many things that I am not going to mess with at this exact moment in time. Like, we've got steel. We just have to wait for the train to come back and get it. Yeah, it still doesn't quite fill up, but now that the trains are a little bit faster, I'm hoping this can get to the next level. The iron is going to be... I always get the colors wrong. It's going to be a problem. But I don't really have the means to fix that quite yet. Anyway, we decommissioned our building material run to Peoria and Hollywood, which means we should have a lot of building materials available here. Oh, we're having problems here. I need additional cargo buildings. Yeah, we were losing materials here because we didn't have storage for it. So very, very interested to see how this ends up going here. Machine Supply Express has never had more than 54 machines. Now I'm curious how much it's actually going to end up having. Alright, Building Materials Express now brings 107 in at a time. I think that number can be improved. How does our number 3 Metro bread-shaped line work? You talking about Birmingham? This guy right here? They're going okay. I mean, people are riding it. They're not, like, super dense. But they are being used. We have people waiting to go either direction. And then, of course, the actual cross-country train is getting some traction as well. Hub Tool Express is loaded all the way up. This can definitely get some additional capacity. Let's go up to 216. I don't think you can ever hope to carry that many, but it was full at 108, so... I need to pin that if I want to click on something else. Yeah, so we definitely need more tools, so that's why I wanted to upgrade to that. Fuel is going to be a different thing entirely because we're probably going to have another refinery for that. We will see. Okay. It loaded all 216. It loaded all 216 and there was still more left. So that's why we need to upgrade this. And that is that one. Yeah, and I know I've said over and over and over again, man, I really need to change this. I need to make it better. Well, I just kind of have to do it. So that's going to end up going here, 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 here. If I hit pause, I need to delete this bit of track there. Just upgrade all of these. Just be a whole lot easier this way. Alright, so that's our 8. Since these just go in a loop, that's totally fine as it is. And this just has to connect here. This is kind of funny looking, not gonna lie. Why is this only... Yeah, this... Not good. Not any good. So now... 74. Okay, it's better. It's better than it was. Still not good, though. This is hilariously tall, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? There's not really anything you can't do. I don't have alternate platforms, no. I probably do need to do that. But so far, everything going into the hub has its own dedicated track with the exception of... actually, no. As of right now, everything has its own completely dedicated track. Oh, we're going to make me do math again, huh? 340 rate on the hub tool supply. Tool production loop rate is 1361 because we have 3 trains going on it. And some of these trains haven't even completely filled up all of their capacity yet, but... So if this can get... It's still all the way completely full at 216. Alright, so I guess it needs one more car at the very least. It's too much? No, this can still level up, and it just did. Remember, we're supplying this to a whole bunch of places. Birmingham still wants another 30. The factory's producing... Well, it's going up as supply increases. So this is up to 100 something, and this isn't even close to coming back, so it's probably going to be super full. Yeah, so 216 I'm hoping is going to be enough. By the time this gets down here, it might actually be higher than that. We'll keep an eye on it. Are we about to get like the perfect bit here? All right, this, I'm going to give this one more car. Oh, it already has 234 capacity. Never mind, it's probably fine. It took exactly 216, even though I had one more car. Okay. I mean, this is going to continue increasing what it's doing here. I guess it's probably fine. This might need more power, actually. Mediocre. Oh, big boy can't handle this? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. 6,200 horsepower, 135,000 pound-feet of torque. Tractive effort. It's not torque, it's not a car. That's unfortunate because these guys, they can't really compete with the big boy. It's going 74 miles an hour. It's going 75 now. It's probably fine. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. Now it's at 95%, actually. It'll even out. We're still making just tremendous amounts of money with this. But I think this tool factory is going to be pretty, pretty depleted before too long, with just a handful of cities taking stuff from it. We will see. I want to see if this gets completely full. 234, it did get completely full, and it did have just a few left. So, yeah, as much as it is a shame to have multiple big boys and it still be mediocre. I don't think the little engine is going to do too much to help that. If you double this to 270,000 pound-feet, and it's still too little. Nah, man, ain't gonna work. 252 capacity should be nice. Yeah, this no, don't worry about these. I took the roads out, and these people are complaining about it. It has nothing to do with us. See, this gets to 75 miles per hour, so I'm not really that worried about it. I think it should be okay. Yeah, we probably should reconnect them, but I'd like to do it with trains instead. I don't know, we have a tool factory in Modesto. We'll have to maybe look at that later. So we have 197, 98, 99, 100 something, whatever. So I guess this is going to even out now. Anyway, this is fine. Things are working. And I did say that I needed to have these towns all supplied with stuff. Hollywood no longer has all 4 of its demands because I removed their supply of bricks, which, unfortunate, but... Ah, the shipment now. The shipment is the problem because now I only have 1 train taking stuff out of here. And we are losing... Yeah, we're losing raw materials. So, where is my train that takes this stuff away? Because we need to give it a partner. Never have too many big boys. Yeah, there weren't really that many of them that were made in the first place. Okay, so this is... Building Materials Express. Okay. This isn't even completely full. What's up with that? All these things complaining about you don't have enough stuff being removed. So I guess now we get to follow this thing around. I do appreciate the electric locomotive has exhaust, because apparently that's a thing. So this is max level, and now it's upset because I'm not shipping enough stuff, but it doesn't have enough stuff for me to ship. Yeah, well, the diesel trains, the ones nowadays, are basically just electric trains, there you go. Electric trains with, like, generators on board. They call it a prime mover, which is just a very specifically tuned diesel engine to produce a certain amount of power at certain power settings. And then that turns traction motors, which are located down in the trucks, the locomotive's wheels, and then that's what actually moves the train. Early diesel locomotives were, well, diesel engines hooked up with transmissions to, like, gear sets. And some stuff does still work like that if it's, like, really small. But yes, the correct term is diesel-electric locomotive. But this one I specifically made the comment on is true electric. It's just a whole bunch of electric motors, and it's got a pantograph that draws power from the wires up there. I want to know why. If it's complaining about the shipment not being fast enough, why is it not making more for me to fill the train that has excess capacity? Ooh, we got PCCs. Okay, we're gonna have to upgrade our commuter stuff if it's gonna let me do that. It might only let me do that on tram lines, which we're not gonna do. Well, the difference between that and your Accord is that you have, if you have a hybrid system, you have the actual gasoline engine directly attached to the transmission, in addition to an electric motor directly attached to the transmission. Whereas the diesel-electric locomotive is just a generator that is attached to traction motors. The generator, like the mechanical energy of the diesel engine never actually drives the wheels. It spins up motors that drive the wheels. But there are, I don't know if you've heard of these guys before, there's a company, I think they're out of Canada, called Edison Motors that's trying to make diesel-electric semi-trucks, specifically for, like, people in the logging industry, where, like, a full electric wouldn't make sense because there's not any charging infrastructure available, but the immediate torque delivery and superior horsepower of electric motors is really useful. They just don't have the ability to charge the stuff, so they have a generator that then drives traction motors on the truck itself. Only engages the combustion engine above 50 miles per hour. See, that's pretty smart. Because if you're doing only city driving, you're never going to have the actual engine turn on. But then if you're on the highway and you need the power, which... if you're already going 50 miles per hour, I feel like it probably wouldn't be that much extra energy to make the car go any faster than that. Hot tub channel. At any rate. Hello, Kurt. Some hybrids, plug-in hybrids use gas-electric powertrain. Yeah, there's a lot of different types of things. It's pretty interesting, the technology behind them. Just got to figure out why the construction materials plant isn't shipping everything that it needs to be shipping. Because it's not like the stuff is disappearing. Or maybe it is. But there's nothing available to be picked up. It's making them incredibly slow. Oh god, where do I start? So this is Transport Fever 2. It is Logistics Simulator, and I'm choosing to do it in a kind of stupid way by only doing trains. No trucks, no buses, dropping an absolute, insert your favorite word, ton of frames currently. Because I guess my computer hates me. Should be fine now. But anyway, you have different supply chains that you have to try to optimize. Different cities will want different demand based on dynamic adjustment of market conditions. And you can have freight trains, passenger trains, you can have buses, you can have airplanes, you can have trams, ships, all sorts of stuff. It's just a matter of what you can manage to get connected and get things supplied. So, cross-country, we have a passenger train going from corner to corner. These city names do not correspond to any geography. They're just randomly assigned. But we have from quote-unquote Vancouver all the way to Concord over here. These are North American names. But we do have a passenger route. I'm waiting to see if we get a train coming down here. But, man, we are dropping so many frames already. It's been an hour. Well, come on, man. How do you make money? You sell tickets. So, this is how we have $836 million. But you have different types of tickets for passengers and freight stuff. That it just calls it tickets. Then you have to pay maintenance on your vehicles, tracks, infrastructure, so on and so forth. Just like in the real world, the passenger infrastructure does lose money, but it is very valuable in helping the cities grow. I say as I click on a city that has absolutely no growth except for the passenger routing. But there's 243 people taking private transport to other cities right now, and there are 502 using my my trains, which it calls public transport. But the destination tab, we got people going to Birmingham. Again, it is not geographically accurate. That's Birmingham, Alabama, not in England. You got New York City, again, not geographically accurate. And then all this other stuff. Corona, which is a city in California outside of Los Angeles. About, well, with traffic, it's like 2 hours, but theoretically, it should only be about an hour. But we've got 33 people waiting to go up there. I just need another train to come by and pick them up. And I was expecting one by now, but that's the way it goes. I really did not think it was going to take this long. But these do seem to be doing pretty well overall. I just... Where are my passenger trains? Okay, we got two that are completely full, actually. Okay, so that's leaving Birmingham coming... No, that's leaving New York going to Birmingham. And this is, I guess, also going to Birmingham? I don't know. But they are full, which means I think it is reasonable for us to expand the amount of trains we have on this. So I'm going to duplicate the new one. We'll call it I can't type and talk at the same time. But one of these days, we will have a train come down here. We can get everybody on board. This one already has 41 people waiting. The game does, in fact, take time, yes. It probably did get bunched up. I wish there was a better way to space out, like, intervals on this. It just doesn't seem like that's the case. That would be, like, the perfect thing if I could just say, hey, spread this out evenly over the entire line. But you kind of have to manually time it, and it doesn't really go that well. Okay, so now we have one of the new trains. They're going to load up here. It should be basically completely full. Almost. And now we're in the cab of this. Waiting. There we go. But this is on high-speed track. There's the other one going. Yeah, they did get bunched up. So this will go 112 miles per hour. That's the speed limit on the rolling stock I have. But this line, as it's constructed, will allow some... Yeah, this really got bunched up. This will allow some speeds up to 186 miles per hour, which is 300 kilometers an hour, I think. Thereabouts. But this rolling stock can't do it yet. We won't get anything that can go that fast until, I think, 2016 in this game. So this should get pretty full. Yes, there's 57. I think I'd rather add additional frequency versus capacity on any single train on this route. Generally, with passenger service, it's better to add frequency versus capacity on a single train, just so you can, you know, serve people more conveniently. Freight doesn't really matter quite so much. This goes the entire length of the map diagonally. We'll go through this giant tunnel here, and then we'll go to quote-unquote New York City, drop a bunch of people off, probably pick up nobody, and then go to the very end in the city named Corona. Oh, we've actually got a pretty good number going up here. Thank you, email client, for like the 18th time today. Oh, that's kind of clipping into the track. That looks bad. Picante sauce. There you go. That looks terrible. Why did it do that? I do like the first-person view. I don't use it a whole lot. And again, these tunnels are ridiculous. There's some sort of just remnants of nonsense with this. I guess I might have to redo at some point, but... Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to Concord. It's not going to Corona. Corona's another city down on the other side of the map. 99, 100 miles an hour. Can we get to full speed? Which is 112 with this equipment. Probably. Alright, so now this should give us maybe not a full load. Yeah, 18. Yeah, the New York station is probably going to end up getting rebuilt so I can have a longer platform and multiple passenger platforms at that. But I figured I'd do a full circuit ride on this cab view so you can kind of get the feel of how that looks. It is pretty fun. We should, in the next 5-10 years in game, start to get some better electric passenger equipment. The Metroliner should become available soon-ish. Sometime today. Is in this stream, not today, in-game. So now, yeah, we have so many people waiting here. See that counter on the bottom left should get us just about full. And it is full. Probably, you know, people waiting. There's the other train waiting for us to leave. That's why this needs to be double-tracked. But we are all good to go. There are no blimps, no. There are planes. Small planes, large planes. What is up with these emails? Every time I forget to close it, I get a billion emails. But if I close it, I don't get a single one all day. Yeah, Metroliner acceleration isn't great, but it does have good capacity. But it's really funny how the game has, you know, modified how these vehicles work compared to real life, because the Metroliner was the U.S.'s first foray into quote-unquote high-speed train. It's not a high-speed train, but it was the first electric multiple unit that the Bud Company built as an answer to the Shinkansen in Japan. And then the New York Central Railroad strapped rockets to the top of one of them and made it go 150 miles an hour, which at that point in time was really impressive for something in the United States. I know you ask a French person about that, they're like, oh, we have the TGV went 100 blah, blah, blah miles per hour in 1865 or whatever they're going to say about that, which is probably true, but I don't know. There's just something really uniquely American about, hey, just strap a rocket to it, make it go fast. And then I think the Soviets also had something like that, like a rocket-powered train, but didn't work out for various reasons. Okay, so enough of that. Let's take a look at the thing here. It says the rate on the passenger line is 124. Just I think it's the problem with the spacing of the train sets is not consistent. But it's only 1955. We've got probably another 10 years or so before we get the Metroliners. That's a great movie. But I digress. We've got a lot of stuff here in the central hub station that probably needs to be going other places. Man, Norfolk's really wanting some stuff. And they're not getting it. Where is the train to there? Is that this? Okay, it's not completely full, but they want machines and they want food, and they can't get it because they don't have anything that can hold it. So, oh wait, no, boxcars will hold it. So why is it not doing that? Does it just need more boxcars? Huh. Oh, yeah, okay. I had this backwards. Waiting for a free path. Okay, what free path is this waiting for? It's got its own dedicated line. I think. Did I not do this right? Yeah, it's got its own line. Or is that because there's a train coming? Aha! There's a train coming this way that it's waiting for. Okay, that definitely would benefit from having multiple blocks. Even though there's only one train. Yeah, this guy is just waiting way too long for all of this. Just split this up a little bit. That should help. Yeah, let's examine what gets loaded, what doesn't get loaded, because we have now. See, they got machines and they got food that they're not picking up because I guess we don't have enough boxcars. That was the entire point, and then I got distracted thinking about other stuff. So if I put 4 more on the end of this, that should enable them to pick up a little bit more stuff. Yeah, see, there we go. But it's still not picking up machines because it's got so much other stuff. Okay, so I've got 6 of these. Let's just do that. And then see how that ends up getting connected here. Unfortunately, it does take quite a while for that to get fixed. See, this intersection it's waiting at really should be a flyover, but the grade I don't think is advantageous for that because it ends up going right into here. Yeah, this would have to go. This would have to go way up, and then just go right back down. Lighted signals on the other side of the intersection. I don't want to interrupt these guys because this is for supply chain. This is distribution. But this definitely needs to become a flyover. We'll do that the next time this gets completely out of the way. Oh boy, here we go. 10 gift memberships courtesy. I never remember how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Is it Beta Bry or Beta Bree? I guess I should have asked, but Grand Pooba, Ryan List, Terradev, Jordan Hildebrandt, Jad Games, Philip. I'm assuming that's Rat Orgy 3. If I'm wrong, please correct me. JK Gamer 157, Tycho Shipper, Leo William Cohn, and I think that's everybody. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous how much time this is spent waiting. But big, huge thanks to you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Do they have to cross like that, or can I have a bridge over? I'm going to build a bridge. We're just examining this to see what they're going to continue to demand. Short for Brian. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Let's hit pause. And now I guess I could just leave that, but I'm going to have this flyover. Now the really annoying part, okay, it's so hard to do this without messing other stuff up, but I think we've managed to do that. I think the key to success here is going to be to build the bridge first, which we can do with the help of one of these hotkeys. I don't remember what it is. What the heck is the hotkey for changing elevation? Well, if I signal every time it intersects, then trains are going to stop for no reason. Man. See, I wish I could actually remember how this was supposed to go without having to zoom out all the way. So that goes there. Oh, God. City Skylines 2 is an abomination of a game. Man, what? Am I going to have... I seriously going to have to Google this in the middle of streaming? All right. Oh. I feel like that really should be like a tooltip, so I don't have to keep asking people every single time. Okay, but now why is it... Oh, come on, man. I want to start that height. I want to start that height and then go. There. Oh, that's just like barely tall enough. But it is. Alright, so that's 75. Oh, that is not going to work. Okay, let's try this. Except now I have to remember how this is on the ground. Is that ground level? No. I think that's just regular ground level. Alright, so that gets connected to, I guess, this track. I left the lower one for passenger purposes. Did I? No? Okay. The most beautiful bridge you've ever seen? You've seen some ugly bridges, if that's the most beautiful bridge you've ever seen. So, obviously, this is not ideal. I wish this would not be this high. I want Move It mod for this, man. This looks so bad. But... it's fine. It is what it is. Let's get that connected here. Just, I don't want... whatever. It works. It works. And that's all that matters. Okay, I definitely can't read that. But... This will never have to stop ever again. We'll probably redo this at some point, but it does work. And it is unfortunately going to have to stop for this, but I don't have enough room to do a bridge or a tunnel here because of all the different intersecting things. Alright, now, is this going to load everything it needs? No? Maybe? Well, to be fair, the greater than less than sign is not exactly an intuitive elevation changing keybind. At least not other games I played. Yeah, for some reason it didn't fill that last car, so it just kept that steel thing there. But I'm very curious to see if it will this next time around. Yep, still dropping frames. Okay, well, even the worst possible English you could ever type is still going to be infinitely more comprehensible to me than anything in Russian or any other Cyrillic language. So, I'm not going to make fun of you for anything. But I do need to be able to understand what you're saying to me. I think you can change the height of stations, but it changes the entire station's height, and not just a single platform. It would have to be a separate station for that. So, I mean, I guess this is fine. But there's still other stuff it's not grabbing. I can't really make the train any longer. Yeah, see, that's the problem here. See, that's full, that's full, that's full, that's full. I have one additional car it's not using, which, thank you, email client. Once again, what the heck is going on with email today? There's constant upkeep money, yeah. If we take a look at the stuff here. Infrastructure maintenance, track maintenance, vehicle maintenance. So infrastructure is like buildings. Tracks is tracks, obviously, and then vehicles are vehicles. So I think bridges count as part of tracks. And it'll give me stats on like how much of each type of track I have. Bridge, tunnel, high speed, so on and so forth. Anyway, that's enough time spent following that train. We have all sorts of other stuff to do. But we are serving all of the needs, just not all of the needs, but everything is represented. Very expensive. You got that right. Pembroke Pines, once again, cannot decide what else they want. This has been a recurring theme. Now I have to figure out how we're going to do Peoria and Hollywood. Now, we don't have packaged goods. We do have building materials. We do have food. We still cannot ship enough, building materials-wise. So, still not really sure why it complains about not having enough shipment when it's not making enough stuff to be shipped. Maybe that's one of those things where I just have to double track this and have a second train. Who knows? Because this probably is only going to fill up like 100 or 110. We'll get to passenger stuff soon-ish. So let's do a parallel freight line for building materials. Just double this all the way down. Oh, wait, what? No. No. No, 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 no. Why? Why did you do that? It was supposed to attach to the other one. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. I could have just left this, but that would have bugged the snot out of me. Alright, come on now. Alright, let's try this again. I guess I need to make sure that it's actually attached this time. Too much curvature. With what? It's the same exact thing as the existing track. Come on, man. Seriously? This game, sometimes. I swear. So I guess I just have to have this in chunks. Yeah, the snapping in the game's not really that good. I'm hoping the third one, when that comes out, whenever that is going to be a big improvement in that regard. I did sign up to get in on early access to that as a content creator, but I doubt they will let me in. We'll see. Oh yes, how could I possibly forget City Skylines 2? Oh boy. But, you know, I'm not just going to automatically assume something's bad just because I had a bad experience with something from a completely different publisher. And this game, for all of its flaws, does play substantially better than City Skylines does. So I guess that just has to wait. Have that go there. Hopefully I didn't... I'm not going to four-track this bridge. That would be completely insane. But I just had a thought that I might have done my... Yeah. This doesn't need to have a signal going that way because the trains are never going to go that way. So instead I will have that go there. So that protects all of that. Alright. And it should be line-wise. It shouldn't really matter. Should use both of those. Yep, that's going in the right direction. So now I get to go to Hub Building Material Supply, and I get to duplicate the trains, but I want to be very careful about when I do so that I space out things effectively, because this comes out of this. And I think that's our train come by. So this, I need this train. Building Materials Express. Click, please. I need that to be at the other station when this one comes out. How many millions are you making by exporting water in this game? Yeah. Thankfully, this game does not have a broken economy in that regard. This line doesn't cross anything. Or shouldn't, that I haven't already protected. The way that the signals are put in is one way in, one way out, so it shouldn't have any problems. though, the correct prototypical real-life way to do this is to just have one track connecting everything and then branches when you need to have branches. But I really don't want to mess with that, so... Oh, I did get 1 billion, didn't I? That's pretty cool. So that's going across that, going into a tunnel. It's going to come out of the tunnel on the other side and then be pretty close to getting to the other station. So as soon as I see this hit that that merge track, there we go. That will come out of here. And okay, I should have done a little bit faster, but it's fine. Alright, so that's got 57. It may or may not improve anything. Why in the world did YouTube hold that message for review? Is it because half of it's in a different language? Signals from trains are, and then I can't read the rest. Condition being very bad is a function of the age of the rolling stock. That's all it is. macOS language change key. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. So you want signals along the entire length of this, or what? So I don't think there's really any chance for this to become a problem. So this one just came in, and this one just left the other one. They shouldn't really have issues. Oh, they're not waiting right now anyway. But I'll humor you. This has a signal here. Why is this one all the way back here? Oh well, that's where I put it, so it's fine. I don't think we need to have passing stuff. Now, the correct real-world way to do this is to just have a single track main line and then a passing siding for stuff to hold off, but we're making just unfathomable quantities of cash, so we can afford to invest in infrastructure that real railroads would not do. So maybe the issue here isn't the trains that are actually getting the material, but it's how much of this is being used by the rest of the map. That's probably what it is. Go to consumers. Yep, that's exactly what it is, because the rest of these aren't. Well, I just spent a whole long time doing stuff that wasn't necessary. Good to know. So Peoria and Hollywood both need tracks. Modesto needs tracks. See, this is how I had this set up. I have a track going to each of these other two cities. And then these guys really could use something. I got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one could easily come out of here. Just trying to think the best way to do this would be, because I have all this infrastructure. Again, real railroads would never build like this. So you really should reuse infrastructure for multiple things whenever you can, but that scares me. So regardless, I do have a station here that needs to probably be removed, and just completely redone. This does not have to have all of these tracks, but I already built them, so no real reason to get rid of them on that end, but over here I will. So we're not using this anyhow. Yeah, I really need to redo this. Really need to redo it. Don't do that. Don't report people unless they did something actually bad. And at the rate he makes videos, there's no possible chance he could have stolen any of my ideas, because I know he records stuff like weeks or months in advance. But I digress. This second line here actually could just be split into... Yeah, then I don't even have to have this set up as a separate thing. RCE is real civil engineer. He started playing Timberborn a couple years back. He gets more views on a single video than I get on, like, a lot of series combined. So, a lot of people, I mean, outside of this community, a lot of people know him for Timberborn. It's probably one of the more popular games that he does, in terms of, like, how many videos he makes. Alright. Now it's time to examine... I guess I can turn these off. It's time to examine what we're doing with Hollywood and what we're doing with Peoria, because we do have a couple of... And there's other industries up here we might want to use at some point, too. So I've got Modesto also is going to want stuff we're already making. So that's fine. Just trying to figure out... Yeah, because this goes to this station, but I want other stuff to go here. Can't really justify building too many more bridge spans, but if this is going here, I'm going to want to have stuff on this side, but they'd have to cross. Or I just shift tracks over. I don't know. See, now I've complicated this. I recommend fire and then holy water. That might not even be enough. Let's see. Oh no, he started a new Timberborn series yesterday. He's been doing, I don't know, like once a week for a while. Passenger service for LA, for Hollywood. I would like to do passenger service kind of going around the outside of the map. Yeah, there you go. Slower speed, but that is kind of a long way off. I'm trying to figure out the best routing for this because I have 4 cities up here that could theoretically share a double track line. I have 3, as it stands now, 3 more tracks available here. These could come out here, but then they're going to cross this at a weird angle, unless I were to do some sort of really stupid... Oh, I could come along this side. It might actually be easier. Now, I know this is absolute just lunacy what I'm attempting to do here. So, bear with me, folks. Got back from a vacation and no text on. That sounds relaxing. Hope you had a good time. Alright, I need this to attach. I need this to attach, not to combine. There we go. So that's only 38 miles an hour. I want that full speed. Give me the speed. So that's 75. See, there we go. There we go, 72. Can I get that to go any further out? Alright. That's okay, that's fine, except right in the station there. Alright, so now that I finally have this, we bring this all the way around to maybe about here, And then from here, we'd end up coming out this same, probably this same bridge here, move this around. And then the 2 tracks would split there. One would go to Modesto, Hollywood, and one would go to, actually, probably Hollywood, Peoria, and then Modesto, San Diego would make more sense. But I'm going to have to bring this out this way. So now we got 4-track main line. That probably doesn't need to be 4-tracked, but is what it is. Try working from the far end. We probably will. All right, let's build this bridge again first, just to make sure that's good to go. Now, what I will say about like different people's style of videos is construction not possible. What? What do you mean it's not possible? Is that going to be too? What's up with that? Oh, it'll let me do this. Oh, that is. Yuck. Well, the reason I'm doing double tracks here is because I'm having to go to 4 different cities, and these are both going to split. I'm just trying to avoid too much bottlenecking. But keep in mind, somebody like RCE, I don't know how this comes up all the time. I don't know how this keeps coming up. But somebody like RCE has, like, what, 2.5 million subscribers. He gets a ton of people on every video who have probably never played the game that he's playing or have never watched his channel. So mechanically speaking, he probably needs to be explaining how stuff works, or he's going to get a lot of people in the comments like, well, this doesn't work, I don't know. So on and so forth. His videos work for him, obviously. Super successful. A whole lot of people love his stuff. Now, that being said, there is a reason I do the stuff that I do the way that I do it, because that's how I want to do it. Game can make 50 lane roundabouts for trade. Technically, yes, it could. But at any rate, I need to get this across here. So, unfortunately, the crossings, interlockings, whatever, are kind of a huge pain. And this is a very, very... Oh, that's actually not that bad, slope-wise. The tunnel track is a crazier slope. I guess I just need to have this come out to about right here. Ah, too much slope. But now it's not too much slope. Well, it's fine. Can't be too mad about it. Alright, so this, if I can get this to connect here... Okay, slowing down that much probably isn't great. But I don't really have a whole lot of other options the way this is set up. I wish I could get this to go just a little bit less. Okay, 58's a big improvement. That works. Is it ideal? No. Do I care? Also no. We're doing what we can do. And that connects into that right there. I don't trust intersections with trains. Fundamentally. Or I guess I should say I don't trust myself to figure it out. Alright, so now I have to split these off with a turntable. I wish that existed in the game. So Modesto, Hollywood, Peoria, San Diego, or I was going to do San Diego, Modesto, Hollywood, Peoria. I think that's what I was going to do. So this one here I need to have an idea of where I'm putting my cargo station. Which, I guess for our purposes here, this will be fine. And then passenger station could be on the other side of town, though. Won't be a problem. So this manages to hit just about everything. Maximum length. One track, that's fine. So that's where this would split off, and then the other one would have its own past that in San Diego. This is where all of the... see, this is where this gets complicated, because this city doesn't have the ability to really connect to that much. I'm gonna do that. Let's give them a little bit of a urban renewal project here. That'll get me to connected to everything if I just move this last bit, or I build a road up here, then get that connected. That should connect everything. And it looks like it should be fine. Then I just have to come in here and I add in a side entrance. Oh, that's, yeah. Or I put a cargo building at the end. That's not going to fit. There we go. So that now gives me access to all of this cargo here. That works just fine. So now I have to connect this. I could theoretically use the same track, but that's going to cause some problems. Oops, all trains, yes. Meanwhile, it's 1957 in the game, because of course it is. So that's got to go all the way back here. We've got our 4-track. I guess I can just connect straight up to this middle one here. All the way to Modesto. See what kind of horrible crimes the terrain has committed here. I've seen worse, but this is definitely definitely not ideal. Let's bring out... No. Let's bring this out to here. This tool thing is going to end up being a separate station, I'm pretty sure. But now that that is set up that way, how's this going to interact here? Oh, that's so much better. It doesn't look nearly as stupid. Alright, so that's a single track there. If I have enough signals on this, and I have a layover, lay-by, whatever you want to call it, then we might be okay. So I can bypass this station for, excuse me, for sure. But I will, for now, just put a second track on this. And I'll have that pass through there. That will be what's connected to San Diego. Which this might be kind of a pain. Let's see. Construction not possible. Why? Okay, we went through that mess. That doesn't need to be there anyway. Okay, let's come back from San Diego all the way to this mess here and see what it does. Alright. Looking okay. Tunnel through the mountain, not the most realistic way to do it. You'd probably go around, so we will adjust that, but I think we definitely want to come around this side of the oil thing here. So let's do that. Let's bring this to right about here. This is a little bit too high. A little bit too high. I can't snap right. There we go. So that's where we want to get to, so we can keep our height a little bit in check by doing this. Come all the way around to here. That looks so much better. So much better. Then we're going to go around this mountain, which I think is already set up to do. It still wants to do a tunnel here, but let's Let's help this out and go a little bit more this way and come into that. Okay, that is much closer to what an actual railroad would do. Not just tunnel straight through the mountain if they don't have to. So that works. That is our San Diego route. All the way through until you get to here, where this has to merge on the other side of this crossing would make sense. So let's do full speed, 75 mile per hour. If I can. 68's not quite it. There we go. 75. No, that's still 68. That's the best I can do. Hey, GP9s. Probably not going to use any of those. A layover when you stay to sleep before catching your next flight. Well, it's not technically just sleeping. Layover in air travel is just you're waiting at another airport. It can be overnight. It can be an hour. It can be 30 minutes if you're dumb and you plan poor routing. Or the airline that does it for you does that to you. Yeah. So that's that. So keeping this track all the same until we get to down here is probably fine. I don't anticipate there being that much of a problem just combining these two here. So as long as this has its own thing coming up there, that should be fine. But I do need to signalize this. So that will be... I'll be nice to the people that are driving cars. And I'll just have them stop before the crossing. They shouldn't need a stop here, just to protect this single track. And then this goes all the way by itself until it comes out here. No, it comes out here. I followed the wrong thing. But it's got its own track all the way down there, so that's fine. I don't think we're going to be running multiple trains to a single destination anyway. Okay. You are already doing a whole lot better than native English speakers, so don't ever feel bad. English is a very hard language, even for those of us who grew up speaking it, sometimes especially. So you don't need to feel bad about supposedly not being good at it. It's hard. No one's gonna, well, if someone is mean to you about it, then they need to, grow up. Especially, some Americans believe the world revolves around our country, which, not the case, but they get really mean for no reason about stuff. It's like, that's not productive. That does not improve anybody's quality of life. Don't do that. So all of the industrial stuff in Hollywood is up here. Residential down here. Industrial areas don't really care about noise pollution that much, but the citizens definitely do. So I think what's going to make the most sense for us is to have our freight station for Hollywood up here, and that will result in removing a few of these roads, including the main drag out of town, but we can put it back at some point if we feel like it. This will get us just about as much as I think we can reasonably use. Let's configure this, see if I can put in another side entrance anywhere. No. Small side buildings. That one will fit there. That one will fit there. So now this will grab basically every industrial building that exists in town, and then they'll continue building roads out, but I will go ahead and do that. We're not going to need to have any other freight go past that direction. And then this right there. So, ownership tool. The town owns all of this. That's fine. I just had to cut this off, so we will have to have our main street reconnected here. Let's just do medium country road. Why is that like that? Oh, it's still in straight mode. Okay, let's fix that. It doesn't look good. Let's come back from here. Then bring that around. I don't like that. That looks better. Okay. So that's connected to absolutely nothing. but I do think they would benefit from having some sort of a road connecting everything here, like we talked about a little bit before. That goes to Peoria, and then that goes to the other stuff. That's fine. All right. Now I just have to have this Hollywood connect here. Remember, this is going to be a separate track from Peoria, so it's okay if this one is... where's that going to come out? See, that would go here, and then I imagine there's going to be one that would go here and one that would go here, so that'll split right around there. Now I have to have a station in Peoria itself, and the industrial stuff is on this side. So if I had a station on this north side here, that would probably be fine. But I'm going to do a thing here and just connect this and then see what this is going to... Yeah, that's going to work great. This doesn't go anywhere of consequence, so I can remove that. And then I will put my freight station. I guess, come on, man. I just deleted that. Put that right there. Which, of course, is going to require we come in here with our side buildings to get things connected. And there you go. So, now we have the fun task of connecting everything track-wise. And this is going to have some overlap. But, is what it is. English spelling does vary quite a bit. It is very frustrating. As a native speaker, cannot imagine as, you know, someone who did not grow up speaking it. Too much slope. Too much slope. You gave it too much sauce. Let's see. Oh, this is a nightmare crossing. This would never be approved. Absolutely never be approved. Why does Q read Q? That's a British spelling. The Q-U-E-U-E is spelled that way because it's British. In American English, we don't use the term Q in that context because Q-U-E-U-E is the Britishism for, well, I guess they invented the language. I shouldn't call it a Britishism, but it's the term for like standing in a line. So we'll just call it standing in line because it's a line of people and you're standing in it. But there's a similar English word, Q, C-U-E, that has a very different meaning, but I feel is a better phonetical spelling of that sound. And then you also have barbecue, which is, yeah. The point is, all of these languages in Europe borrow from each other to just an insane degree. French, English, Spanish, German, Italian, all share at least some words. German probably being the root of a whole lot of that stuff. But it's really interesting. If you ever go and research linguistics, you're going to learn a whole lot of really cool stuff. Oh, it makes sense. Parentheses, no. Yep. You know exactly what's up. It's just honestly kind of a dumb language, but it's our language, so. Oh, look at this. Again, this is another another railroad crossing that would never be approved. Yeah, gray versus gray debate with the E versus the A. I've heard a bunch of different people try to justify different stuff with that, like, oh, if it's spelled with an E, then it has more black than white in the gray versus A is more white than black. I don't know if that's actually accurate or not, but I've heard people say that. Okay, I need to actually build this because I do have limited time today. See, that comes out that way is probably fine. I'm trying to keep the slopes not completely insane. I do really want to fix this because this is awful. That is truly terrible. Let's help these guys out. And then this can cross at a right angle, which is how you should basically always do these, in real life at least. And then this can just get completely redone here. What is this? Get out of here. I want it. Come on. I want this to be a nice curve. Is that too much? There we go. There we go. See, now that connects logically. Then we're never going to have to carry about it again. So that's going to go through there. That's going to come through here. I wish I could have this go in a way that wasn't going to be just complete lunacy. I guess I could have this just go in a tunnel and go underneath all this, but... If the railroad was there first, the county gets to figure it. You got that right, but unfortunately the railroad was not here first. Well, I guess I should probably bring this up before I get too comfy doing anything else. That can come through here. Probably out to... Here's, I guess, about as good of a spot as any to kind of diverge. Following slopes here. It's good. The eminent domain. Yeah, that worked out real great for like any railroad project in the past 100-some years to try and do literally anything. All right. Yeah, that's fine. So this, I think, can just go straight here and be fine. Nice and simple. Oh, good. That looks good. Cool. Now, the problem with this. Realistically, I should just go around all this and then come in right about here. And I guess these crossings aren't going to be that big of a deal. But in the real world, this would not be built like this. Too much slope. Well, you're the one that's sloping it. Come on, man. Oh, because it doesn't want to cross. It doesn't want to cross this track like that. Okay. And if I go down, I'm not going to be able to come up quickly enough to get to this. Okay. Well, if I come to here and I go down that far, that should be enough. Honestly, this should be enough for a tunnel. Will it let me do this? Probably not. Wait, it's collision. Yeah, okay, grow up. Alright, now I'll come back all the way to here. So if I'm going to go underground, but it shouldn't be like ridiculously underground. We can be kind of logical about it. I just need to have this go to here, and then I think that might be good enough. Oh, we're buffering again. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm still dropping frames. I have not figured out what it is. I mean, besides Wi-Fi, and I can't really fix that. Not when it's 140 degrees in the attic, anyway. Why is this still a collision? Is that because this was never built as a bridge? Alright, so that's what I'm going to have to do, is I'm just going to have to build this, and then come back and fix it later. With the other thing. So that will get me across here. And then I guess that's that. Then bring that all the way up to here, which, this is maybe a little steeper than I would prefer, to be perfectly honest, but I think I can get away with having... See, it's going to want to do this weird thing here. It's like, I feel like I kind of have to give it some intermediaries. This doesn't look quite as nuts coming up like this. But it's definitely still a little bit insane. That's 75. Yeah, the upper track's going to get raised a tiny bit. Just trying to get this to come through here in a way that's not going to look completely stupid. I wish it gave, because it gives you the length measurement, I wish it gave you the grade and a percentage. That would be great. Okay, so if I have this just come straight in here, doesn't intersect any other tracks except here. That works. And then these will need to be protected here and here. And I think that's going to be about the size of it. We might run into issues. I don't know. Maybe I should have a double track all the way to where this branches off here. We'll see. If it's terrible, we'll fix it, but right now I just need to get the rest of this hooked back up. Yeah, see, that's all I had to do. All I had to do. So. Oh, if I had a little bit more clearance, I'd build that. That looks nice, but truss bridge it is. All right. Now that that nightmare is over, now we have to build all of our routes here. So that connects very nicely here. Akron is going to have to be dealt with at a time, but that will connect nicely. Let's go San Diego. I will do a new line from the hub to San Diego. Where's my... Why don't I have this light up? San Diego Sidings only has a single one. I guess I have to choose which platform at Birmingham Holt. 2, 1, 3, 4. Well, 4 disappears. That warning disappears. So I guess it does have to be track 4. Why is it not lit? Double track it while you can. It's going to tell me it doesn't have a path. I'm almost certain. Well, anyway, we're going to just have to call this San Diego Mixed Freight. And then deal with our routing at some other point in time. Let's see what it does with Modesto. There we go. See, that one doesn't have a path either. See, I wish it would tell me which platform is which. Because it says track 4, which 1, 2, 3, 4 would make sense. Now, if I do one from this to one of these other cities and it says track 3, we'll know we've done it correctly. Peoria. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's just mad at me. Who knows? Then we'll do this again. Should again be track 3. And it is, okay. Now you want me to double track this, which I suppose makes sense. Since we're here, we might have to mess with this a little bit later, but I will double track this all the way down to where this merges as well, which would be right about here. I know this is going to be absolutely hideous. I'm sure you guys will absolutely not like that. Okay, that's not going to work either. I'm going to have to bring this back a touch. So I want this to be as clean of a transition as possible. Is 58 miles an hour really the best it's going to give me? Probably the right thing to do is just have this outside track be the one that guides to it. Let's roll with that. And the inside one should connect a little bit nicer. No, that made it worse. Alright. So back to the way it was. Could you imagine in real life if this is how building this worked? Just like some random dude is like, nope, rip it out, do it again. Rip it out, do it again. so that changes that. It shouldn't really change anything else here. I probably should read chat more. I mean, like, don't talk about, like, controversial stuff that's going to get people pissed off, but, yeah. I don't care. We're here to have fun. If something, like, random comes up you want to talk about, that's fine with me. Alright, let's bring this around here. Come on, man. Really? Yeah, the building tools in this game definitely need some work. This ain't it. This isn't working too great here. But as long as it gets me where I need to go, then I guess that's fine. It's the same kind of deal coming up here. Then this just has to be popped in. I guess it probably has something to do with where I stick the nodes. Yeah, because it only wants to connect to that kind of stuff there. All right. So that I don't think should have any overhang problems, but we'll just leave that there. All right. That, I'm hopeful, is going to be more than enough. No. We don't need high-speed track. There's no freight carriages in the game that can go faster than 75 miles per hour. And that's the maximum speed of this. This is only freight. This is not passenger stuff. Passengers do not need to go through the freight terminal. So now I have to figure out... Wait, where'd all my lines go? Why are none of those showing up? They're all showing up here. That's weird. I think this thing's broken. No, I'm not putting passenger trains on the same tracks as freight. I'm not Amtrak. We have resources. So these don't have any demand yet. Why? Why can I not? Oh, it's on bus mode. Okay, I was about to say, what the heck is going on here? Okay, Hollywood mixed freight does have a connection here. That comes this way, and then it divides, and then it goes out. So it should be okay. All right, we need trains. Renaming cities, I feel like that's going to go south really quick. High-speed track turns and merges are faster. Wouldn't have this high of a speed limit if you use high-speed track. Well, yeah, because then it's not high-speed track. I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're getting at. Too much curvature. Don't make me build another one. Forget it. I'll just build another one of these things. It doesn't matter. It's not that expensive. It's just kind of ridiculous looking. Alright, so that's got to get connected there. That's got to get connected there. Connect, please and thank you. No. You don't need to buy favor from me. You don't need to do that. Hot. Okay, no. Please be serious. All right, San Diego has a desire for fuel and for tools. If we're making a train for San Diego, then obviously, it either has to be the big boy that can go 81 miles per hour, or it has to be this Milwaukee thing that can go 75. We also have the New Haven EP5. That's substantially less. All right, big boy it is in the year 1958. It's a little late for that. But fuel for San Diego. Fuel, fire, desire, etc. Let's start with 3 of those, and then tools go to the boxcars, 3 of those. We'll just start with that. We'll call that San Diego. Mixed Freight Express. And then we'll start running it. Oh boy, here we go. Appreciate you, Kurt. Hollywood changed to Devilish doesn't deserve mod privileges. Is Devilish even here to defend himself? if we're going to rename stuff, I do think it should be put to a vote. But at this exact moment, probably not. Let's see. Modesto wants machines and tools. So if Modesto is going to get a new train, does not need tank cars yet. But the boxcars will give us machines and tools, so we'll give them 6. And that can be Modesto, Mixed Freight Express, and away she goes. Peoria wants building materials and food. Food can go in here. Building materials cannot. Those go on flat cars. So 3 of those. And this gets renamed Peoria Mixed Freight Express. Of course, their demands are going to change, but we'll get there when we get there. Hollywood wants stuff we're not making yet, but they do want building materials, so we can give them a train with building materials. The goods go in the boxcar, so I guess this is fine. We'll just leave it there for when they eventually get that. And where's this? Alright, so now those 4 trains have been dispatched. They will take their sweet time getting out and going to their different towns, but we should see some nice improvements to all of them once everything gets going. Cities are set to 4 types, I think. My money went into the crapper because I spent a whole bunch of money buying a bunch of trains. You know, profit-wise, we should still be totally fine. We just spent a whole lot of money. I'm pretty sure it's the Modesto in California. Hello, Marina. Let's see. So now this is waiting here because it has another train coming out. We might have to monitor this. So this is why the single track thing isn't really a tremendously great strategy. Because then you end up spending a lot of time waiting. I don't know yet. Videos Wednesday, Thursday. I kind of enjoy having a day or two where I don't have to make videos, because I do have other stuff going on outside of YouTube, even though this is my primary job at the moment. It gets very hard to do it 7 days a week plus live streams. So we want to see if we can upgrade. Oh, fishbowl bus. See, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I'd have to completely redo most of this for that to really be a viable thing. Okay, we don't have a train in Modesto yet. This one here is carrying a bunch of fuel and some tools here to San Diego. So that's working out nicely. Oh, the Concorde here probably isn't referring to the suburb of San Francisco. It's probably referring to is that somewhere in the New England area. Now this dropping in Modesto. Looks like it was just, okay, there's some of both. Alright, we'll see those develop there. A single building material and 11 food going to Peoria. There you go. Good job. Hollywood train still waiting, I think. Yeah, they haven't gotten anything here yet. We'll see. New Hampshire, okay. Well, I was close. I wonder what the name list is, because I know there's other... I'll just look it up. Transport Fever 2 North American City List. There isn't a single official list of cities, because the cities are determined by the chosen map and many are custom create... Wait, what? Okay, no, that's not helpful. Got a vehicle list. Alright, well, I've seen a bunch of other cities, and I've seen some kind of really logistically insignificant ones, in my opinion, show up, but I don't know, the game does what the game does. The condition is very bad. Well, it happens. I don't want to replace these until we get Metroliners, though. We should take a look at... yeah, the rate's gone down, actually. Okay, what's on this train before it empties? Building materials. Why am I not surprised? Well, it'll consume all those until there's nothing left. Construction materials plant. Okay, so the shipment's gone up. Because we have more consumers now. And we still have Vancouver. Down here has not received anything. Corona has not received anything. Neither has Billings nor Indianapolis. So we already have passenger going into Vancouver. It would be a little bit of a challenge to get Vancouver in here without intersecting with this Birmingham track, which probably would be the right way to do it. So this is a passenger station. It could be combined into a freight station, but all the freight traffic is on this side of the city. And if I were to do a terminus station, it wouldn't quite reach everything. I'd have to come right here in the middle of town, which would, you know, demolish a whole bunch of stuff. But that's nothing we haven't done before, so away we go. Just bring that in place, a single track. Do people actually want me to rename cities, or is it just Kurt? Because if it is a shared sentiment, then I will entertain it, but... Otherwise... Hey, there's our goods factory. Except I don't have plastic. That's going to be a kind of a challenge for us to get through. Alright, how is our terraforming looking here? Is it completely stupid? No, I've seen worse. So I need this to go around the back side of this, so I guess that's fine. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. I got another one of these stupid things. Okay, new idea. New idea. I take advantage of the wonderful, beautiful railroad bridge that we absolutely intended to have this way, and send another train under this part of it. See, now it has a purpose. Isn't that lovely? I didn't say you weren't people. I just want to know if more people care. You just want to get rid of Modesto. All right. Okay. For Marina. And for everyone else. What would you like to rename Modesto? I just need to make it abundantly clear now that throwing money at me will not significantly affect your chances of me actually doing what you want me to do, but I always always do appreciate it. To Marina's wrath. What, pray tell, is Slavrub? Oh, okay. Rubles? Is that what you're referring to? Oh, you want me to just name it not Modesto? That would be funny. I need a Beaverburg in here? I do. I do need a Beaverburg. Well, Birmingham's kind of unofficially our hub. Do we want to rename Birmingham to Beaverburg? Modest not. That's really dumb. I need you to know that that's really dumb, but I love it. So, oh boy, Vancouver Mixed Freight Express. There you go. These are all very good suggestions. Yes, I'm sure you agree. You guys are nuts. Okay. Republic of Serbia. Is that dinars? Dinars? I'm sure it's not whatever I'm pronouncing it as. All right. Unless there's objections, I guess we can rename Birmingham to Beaverburg. All in favor? I guess I could run a poll, but I don't want to take the time to set that up. Okay, Modest, no. I do think that's funny. We'll change that. With the capital N, we'll do the capital N. There you go. I'm gonna have to rename the trains though. Modest, no. And then it's going to have its own train that has to be renamed. All right, Birmingham, Beaverburg, it is law. So now this has to be, we'll call this Central Hub 2 Electric Boogaloo. And I just have to rename the Birmingham line. Oh, there's so many lines! Wait, why is there a Birmingham food distribution and a Birmingham Mixed Freight Express? Goodbye. Okay. Beaverburg 27 is the Timberborn series that we're on. I don't want to use numbers for games that aren't Timberborn because that helps me keep track of whatever series we're on that. Beaver Burr. Okay, all right. All right. There, that should be all the relevant names changed. Yeah, they're only numbered in Timberborn. But that now has a line going to Vancouver, which does need to be supplied with a train. And I guess this won't work unless I have a really stupid track here. Isn't that awful? Don't you hate that with every fiber of your being? Big boy time. They want building materials and goods, so I know they don't need it yet, but I'll just give it to them. It's easier that way. So down to Vancouver we go. Then you can watch this thing just go around the smallest curves possible. You see how it articulates in the middle? It's kind of cool. Just strong alcohol distribution. There you go. Alright, so this guy's going to have to wait for the Birmingham one to, you know, finish doing its thing. But that should be okay right there. Yeah, I think it might suppress links, which is unfortunate. But there should be a link in the video description or the stream description. I don't know if it's in every single one of them, but it should be. The new ones, at least. So this might actually be kind of an oversight that I've done here, with this not being double-tracked until it gets a little bit further in. I think I'm going to need to fix that. So if I just have this come out to here, we'll hit pause. And then I will just bring this out, because I need, oh, I could redo this. I could redo this to be substantially better. Yeah, that works. All right, now I have to... Okay, so you were saying earlier that I could combine this to higher speed just like that, and you would be correct. Now, these are not going to be going maximum speed. Let's be abundantly clear here. But that does do 62... 75, the same exact thing. It does look kind of ugly with the concrete ties like that, but, eh. We'll do it. See, that is just a lot better than having them share a ton of track. Just have to make sure this actually still connects. Yes. Good. So where'd the other train go? Did the train disappear? Did I do a bad thing? Okay, no, that's the correct train. It's just not doing anything. Hello, hello. So this guy is unloading? No path. Okay. See, I thought I had fixed this. There it goes. Just had to be turned around. Channel description. Okay, well, it's somewhere. So now Vancouver can get building materials. Eventually, when it decides to. The passenger service does have 40 people waiting. And they should all get on this one train. There we go. The cities do expand, but they have to have demand, which is why over here in Beaverburg, not Birmingham, we have this circulator, because as the city grows, as we fulfill all these different requirements, then it will have more stuff that it wants to do and needs to do. We just have to have, you know, the demand for it. So as cities get connected to different locations across the map for freight and for passenger service, then we'll get bonuses here. So right now the population is about 500. In my previous game that I'd played, I don't think I live streamed it. I was just playing it for fun. I did get my Birmingham in that city, which was like 1,500. But it didn't really expand tremendously past like this size. It just got more dense. I don't know. We'll see. There is a concern about the road ownership, which currently I don't own any of these. But if I did, you wouldn't be able to have the city develop on its own without you authorizing it. So you have to make sure that the city owns all of the roads. Yeah, so if I want to, I can buy the roads, which will, of course, cost money. But then nobody can build on it, which is really useful if you don't want development where you're going to be putting a station, or you want to reserve space or whatever. That's fine. But it does take away from the ability of your city to grow. So fuel seems to be the big thing that cannot be supplied quickly enough. And that is probably because we're not shipping enough out of this. So we have the Hub Fuel Express. We should be... There we go. I don't know. We have enough. We have enough stuff being produced. It's just not being shipped out. So maybe that's just the demand wasn't high enough. And it just hasn't caught up yet. I don't know. We'll see. So, this, see, it only loads up to 127. But I know there's more that it wants. I guess it's an issue of we just don't have enough oil coming in. It gets turned from crude oil into whatever. Yeah, because this goes through it real quick. This is going up. 276. Yeah, the rest of these destinations have to be connected. So I think I can unpin that. All right, so Vancouver's connected. We can't make everything that it uses yet, but it is connected. We do have a chemical plant, which could get brought up here to the goods factory. Oh, this needs to be renamed if we ever actually use it. But crude oil, I've got one here. Got one here. I have a goods factory here, too. This actually might be the better option, just because it's closer to this steel refinery here. But this isn't close enough to... Well, I guess this is fine. Yeah, I'm not going to run any mods on this until I get my achievements, because you can't get achievements with mods, but I would be very interested in trying something like that afterwards. For those of you who are wondering why we have these warnings up here, it's because I disconnected cities' roads so I could build trains. Because who doesn't like trains? So that is fine there. So this is the high-speed cross-country. Well, I don't have high-speed yet, but that goes there to there. I thought about putting in passenger stations around the outside, like a loop. We've got a lot of cities around the outside. So this would be Vancouver, Paterson, Norfolk, Hollywood, Peoria, San Diego, and then Concord, which would still end up connecting the same cities end-to-end, but it would be a little bit slower, making more intermediary stops. Higher capacity. Yeah, I'm getting a lot... God, email client again. I'm getting a lot of Transport Fever 2 videos recommended to me. And I've watched a few of them, but... got some other stuff we can work on. Okay, passenger stations. This is where passengers are here. Some of these larger cities probably could benefit from having circulator routes. So what I will do, I guess, actually might make more sense to put this like right here and then have a track on this other side of the platform come around, just go back and forth. That might work. We're going to do a little bit more foolishness here. Just a little bit. And then I'm going to come in here passenger-wise. Because I could just put tracks on this side right here. That won't be an issue. But I do want to see if I put one of these. Can I put a pass? I can. I absolutely can. And then this can just be a side entrance to the street here. That'll help connect to the rest of the map on that side. Double the station, begin the long track around the outside. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. But I think if I put another passenger platform on this side here, then I can have the local, and then I can have a ring around the outside that's high speed that only stops at a few stations. So we will see. So that on the very outside, we'll get the high speed track. I'm just going to do the slow speed track on this first ring thing. That should be fine. Passenger underpass, always a good idea. Everybody wants platforms. We do get other platform designs later on, but that'll look decent for right now. So the idea with this, local going around smaller stations, which I would just do 80 meters so we could have those little single car things. That'll get me connected to probably most of the rest of this. Not too many, just one maybe right here. And then another one over here with provision for going around the outside. Actually, this might be too close. Yeah, that's too close. I can have another one all the way. Oh, we're going to... Don't cross the streams. All right, let's not get carried away here. It'd just be ridiculously complicated for a tiny city that's not going to grow that much by the time we're done. It is not Christmas. It is August 23rd. See that to there, that to here. I really probably should maybe build another road out here. It should be noted that at basically all times, I'm just kind of pulling stuff out of my butt when I'm doing this. So, if you think something's dumb, that's probably because it is. Just keep that in mind. I'm just going to put another station out here for future growth purposes. I know that's not really connected to much of anything, but it's fine. Speed-wise, this isn't really going to matter. It should be okay. But I do think I can get this to go straight past here so we could actually have some development. That works. And then this here is going to, you know, look kind of stupid, but better than nothing. This little stub road here, I didn't want to delete all that. I just wanted to make this a little shorter so it didn't interact too much with that. Alright. Never going to go that fast through there anyway. Is it ugly? Yes. Is it fine? Also yes. Alright. Alright. You got jokes. Alright, this is just going to be, we'll call this Hollywood Shuttle. Easy. And that'll have to be connected to something else, but just a nice, simple thing to help promote the city building. Again, the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm not using roads, so I have to have everything be a train. Just give ourselves a fighting chance. No, get that out of there. Come on. All right. What is our option for little passenger things? M300 still. That's it. All right. Well, it's fine. That goes to that. So we'll let that thing just go back and forth, and things will organically develop as they will. It's beautiful. Well, I'm glad somebody likes it. Let this thing continue running. Haviland Comet 4B. Okay, so that is the freight station. Because of the way Peoria is laid out, it's kind of small. We might be able to also have this be a passenger station, but I do want to check where... Okay, the houses are on the complete other side of the city. Alright. I do want to do that for the other cities on the big line, but New York is going to need a lot of help. We're going to have to do a lot of construction in that. Right now, I want to get between towns set up. The Hollywood was just like a detour thing, because that was like a proof of concept I was trying to do. All right. Let's work our way toward Vancouver, and I'll handle these at some other point in time, but... Norfolk is going to be easier because we have access here on the outside. Let's take this out. And I'm going to get this connected all the way here. Get that connected there. We have a little bit better connectivity this way. I'm trying to think what's going to make the most sense here. 'Cause I do want to have multiple tracks. I guess I'm going to have 3 for this. It doesn't really matter how this is laid out, does it? So if I have one here, then I can have this thing just go near, near, constantly, that should be fine. If I have this here, that's too close to these farms. That's going to be a... Well, I can just go straight through some of these. There's no fields in the middle here, and I guess it will rebuild it, hopefully. I probably should have this be closer this way. So, this, again, the furthest track out needs to be high speed, because that's what I decided we were going to do. This on the middle bit is going to be fine. So this now, this track has to connect to this track, which obviously this does not need to be that, but this looks completely insane, coming all the way across this entire thing. But I guess that's fine. Yeah, I'll just do that. It's not pretty, but it's gonna work. Let's connect the high speed while we're at it, just so that it's already there, ready to go. Obviously, that needs to change as well. And that 112 mile per hour limit on that bridge, really? Is this one go higher? No. Okay, well. I guess it can't be helped. I know later on there is a concrete bridge you can get that does full high speed, so maybe we'll hold off on high speed until then. I don't want to have to build stuff twice. Okay. These guys already have a passenger station platform in here, but that doesn't fit my go through Vancouver thing, which is unfortunate. So I'll tell you what we can do is we can have a station around the outside and then still connect through this other thing, or just turn that into whatever. I really wasn't thinking too clearly when I did this. This is most of the passenger stuff's on that side. So that'll be something we can mess with later, because this station does reach most of that. But yeah, this doesn't need to be a passenger station. This is a mess. I mean, it makes more sense if you're connecting, cities this way, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't need to worry about it. This passenger station probably doesn't need to be the same station that everything else is connected to, but it's fine. They'll walk between them. It's not a big deal. But I do think if I wanted to, I could just have this come in that way. But if it's going between all of them, then that might not... Yeah, that'd work. Well, none of that matters until I put a station here. Let's give them a connection with that. Connection with that. It's not perfectly straight, but that's fine. So regular passenger station here. 3 tracks. You know the deal. This I'm probably just going to take the passenger station out. Industry also needs passenger service. Well, this seems to have done fine without it. Oh, we will sort it out when the time comes. No, stop that. Get out of here. Okay, so that's going to be interesting to get around here. So I don't want to get rid of too many. Oh, I forget. It's only 75 miles an hour. They don't have to have the super crazy curves. If I change that to high speed, that's 178. I want to build this with the high speed in mind on the outside. So I want them to be able to still get to 186. So that means this just barely gets to 186 without having any issues. Let's build this as regular, and then if I can get this to 186 without that being in the way, which it looks like I can I get around this? probably not. It's gonna remove those, but I don't have to remove that. That's all I needed to know. All right, so this can now come out here. Again, it's going to be kind of impossible for us to avoid getting rid of all of these, but it's fine. So this coming through here as high speed is going to be a nightmare. That really should be further out to connect to all of this, but maybe the better thing to do is just to build this on a slightly sloped thing here, but no, then it has to go around. What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare trying to figure this out. It's fine, I guess. See, I was trying to avoid these ridiculous, like, unwarranted tunnels. But, you know, sometimes that's, you know, probably the only way to really do it. And that does work. But as high speed... Yeah, see, it's not... Coming into station is not going to be full high speed anyway. See, if I came in here... Yeah, I'd have to rewrite this. Okay. So I know we just built this. I know it's annoying, but let's do something here. Let's connect just like that. I know it might not seem like a huge difference, but remember the angle was going to be coming in from here at this point, and now it's coming from here at this point, which isn't going to change much on this side, but it's going to allow us to get a little bit of a smoother thing here. I'm going to build that street, and then I'm going to come out from that. Bear with me here. I'm going to have this come out more, and then do the same kind of thing. And this city's going to have an absolutely inexplicable street grid, and people are going to ask, why is it like this? And no one's going to know. No one's going to have any idea except for us. All right, now this can get put in. Oh, it doesn't connect to anything. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to get fixed. So now, again, high speed is driving the bus, so to speak. If that goes, that is, with the minor exception of right here, all high speed, and then this will be slightly wider going around the outside there, so that's fine. So now all I have to do is just draw this to here, and it is still going to have a tunnel that's kind of impossible to avoid. Metroliners wouldn't be able to go this fast. I mean, Metroliners top out in this game, I think, at 130? 120, maybe? So it's fine. Alright. That's just going to be good enough, and that's what we're going to live with. Now Vancouver. Vancouver, Vancouver, Vancouver. This is all industry on this side. This is all residential on this side, but... I don't know that getting into this station from this side is going to be ideal. This is already the high-speed corner to corner here. I could still go this way to connect to Corona, but it's probably going to make more sense to... you know what? This is fine. It's ugly, but it's going to work. So if I have another track on this side... The only bad thing is it won't let me go through the end. And if that's the case... See, it doesn't want to... I don't think it's going to let me do this the way I want to do it. Yeah, this is going to have to be 2 stations. Yep. Super not ideal. But it's going to have to be what I'm working with here. Alright. Regular passenger station like so. Look at that mess. Oh, God. What is this? Oh, I'm going to have to commit landscaping crimes is what I'm going to have to do. Bigger brush size. That's still going to be a tunnel. Well, never said I'd be perfect, so is what it is. Side entrance. No, that's not going to cut it there. Going to have to go for another small building if it's going to even let me have an access to this. Or is that too low? So some of these actually drew... Alright. This is quickly turning into an absolute just disaster fest. Gonna have to go down a little bit. I think that should work okay. You see, the people who would live in this town are already just like, I hate my planning department, I hate my planning department, but it's fine. Let's get that back to normal. Up a little bit. Construction not possible. Where? That's coward speak. Here, just, you know, cool this down a little bit. Just a touch. See, look how nice and even this is. Terraforming's cheating. No, it's not. You have any idea how much terraforming has to actually happen in real life? It's unbelievable. Except now this doesn't want to connect, so that's, Oh, here we go. Here we go. They can just It counts as a walking connection. Oh, no. Alright, I think I have to make this a little bit longer, and then it'll maybe, there we go. Oh, boy. This is terrible. Absolutely awful. But the show must go on. Of course this doesn't fit anymore. Come on. Come on. That's not even connected. Side entrance? No? Nobody? Alright. Alright. They're gonna make me break out the stub street here. Oh, this is so awful. See you, Gary. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry this is hideous. Side entrance? No side entrance. Okay. What about... No. No. Okay. Here we go again. No, not again! Alright, what we're going to do first is we're going to put the little building at the very edge, and then we're going to build the road to the building, which is probably how I should have done it in the first place. Now, if I lower that... Is that actually going to connect? It's about the same height. But it doesn't want to, actually draw the lines. Well. If I come in here and level that out. No, it's not. Yeah, this stupid game. Now they're really not going to give me anything to play with for the third version because I keep talking trash about it. But this, okay, terraforming in this is just absolute nonsense. Endier of the game? No. There's no endier for this. It just kind of goes until you're sick of it. So I've basically just completely ruined the entire everything with this. This doesn't want to play nice with me here. So now I thought I was going to do the smart thing by having this thing here. Medium building fit here? No, because now it collides. Medium side building? No. But then I go to put side entrance and like, we do care about this. Yeah, welcome to like absolute terraforming hell. That's what this is. Trying to build a awful, awful, awful passenger station here. Yeah, it's, I'm trying. I'm trying, man. Okay, well, considering it's 1960, it's basically, you know, perfect compared to what was available for folks who needed the mobility then, but I want this not to be awful. So, if I put the double thick platform in. No, that I can't put anything else here? Come on, man. I just... This is awful. This is truly, truly heinous. I'm going to have a building that actually connects to a road over here. But it doesn't want to let me do it. It doesn't want to let me do it. Like, this height is so close. Like, it's basically exactly the same, but the distance here is not going to be a 1 point for effort. Yep. I know it's hard. I appreciate your patience. I really do. Come on. Like, let me attach this. Like, there's no universe in which this is like a thing that makes even the tiniest bit of sense. But I can do nothing with this. I can do absolutely nothing with this. Like, this connected just fine right there. So why not? I can't add the side entrance. It doesn't connect. Like, I would have to have, because the thing I was trying to do is I was trying to get this as close as possible. So if I put a side entrance here, it does not connect. I'd have to have an offshoot little tiny street to get to this, which is, you know, really kind of suboptimal. But, I mean, I guess that works. It's connected, which means this now does connect to that station by walking. It's awful, but it works. All right, now track time. I have to connect this track over to this platform right here, which it cannot do because it goes through that mess. So we have to instead come out here, first making room for the high-speed tracks. And that would be fine if I just had that go right there so we don't have to worry about it. I have to check clearances so when I eventually build this with high speed, it doesn't become a problem. This, again, I would really like to redo, but we're not there yet, so regular 75 mile per hour nonsense it is. Now this, going into the middle here, is going to be another terraforming hate crime, isn't it? Oh, no. We can't. we cannot have that long of a bridge. That is insane. So instead, we'll just bring this out, I guess, one little piece at a time, so we don't have crazy viaducts everywhere. That's probably going to want to be a little bit further out here. Now, continue going this way, still straight. I guess this is fine. Bring this in here. All right. We've managed to avoid having completely stupid viaduct absolutely everywhere. Good job. So, now we have Vancouver, Paterson, Norfolk, and Hollywood all connected. Eventually, I would like this to be a loop going around the entire outside of the map with locals and then express on the outside high speed. But this is the it's the best I could do with all this nonsense we had. So for now, it's going to have its own building. Just connect this and just get something running because this is completely insane. All right, now we have to make a line. Vancouver, Paterson, Norfolk, and Hollywood. We're going to call this round the outside asterisk, unless that's going to make the game crash. Nope, it actually lets me name it that. Okay. Eventually, this will go all the way around. But for now, it's only doing that. All right. Now we have to buy vehicles for this. This is not going to be a fast train. Doesn't need to be. So we can take the Alco, I mean, the PA is still going to go 117 miles per hour, but it has horsepower. And it looks nice. So this is where we can employ, again, it can't go this fast, but it's going to look pretty good doing it. So let's go with 4 carriages. Let's name this Round the Outside. And just get that thing on there so we can have literally anything happening. Oh, you were absolutely correct. I didn't add the return. So we do still have to have this go here to here. Station periods consecutive. What? No! Stupid idiots. Alright, come on. Vancouver Central. Why is... No. Patterson East. Okay, I guess I have to have this... No, come on. There we go. I don't know why it inserted that way. And then that should just re-loop back at Vancouver Central. Okay. Boy, what a nightmare this has been. Alright. Now, I don't expect anyone to ride this for quite some time, but it's working. There you go. Now we get to see if anyone's actually going to be queuing up at this. It would be very funny, though, if this just deadheaded the entire time. All the way back. Yeah, the Oxygen Not Included streams were a very chaotic time. We'll say that. So just now, this is getting to 75 miles per hour, which is why this is fine to not be high speed. So we stop here, nobody waiting, but there is somebody waiting up there. So we're going to see how that goes. And once we get Metroliners, I might still put them on this low speed, even though they're technically capable of high speed speeds, because they would accelerate to the maximum speed quicker. Drink water, it's good for you. How many people are waiting here? I see people waiting up there. 10 people. Okay. Where are they going? It's not going to tell me on this one, is it? Okay. Well. If I pin that. Wow. 26 people waiting. 27, 28. Okay. And they're taking my little stupid shuttle loop. Not sure you want a commuter rail going faster than 80 anyway. Yeah, I mean, for like commuter rail, that is in the U.S., the speed limit for most of that track is 79. But it can be upgraded if it doesn't have level crossings, and you can do a couple of other... Well, even if it does have level crossings, there's different stuff you can do within FRA standards to get it to go to like 110. 125, 160, whatever is a little bit harder, and there's incremental steps past that, but... People are actually using this. I am pretty impressed. And I guess those people wanted to go north, so they're going to be waiting a while. Down underground we go. Nobody waiting here, predictably, because there's no one who can walk here, but... Oh, somebody got off. Alright, well, good luck with that one, dude. Yeah, Northeast Corridor Amtrak will go faster than that. Or faster than 79 miles per hour. That's the only place in the U.S. outside of... the Midwest has a couple areas where Amtrak can go 110. But Northeast Corridor is the only spot it can actually go any faster than that. Bright line in Florida between Orlando and... I always forget what that station on the coast is called. But they have a very short portion of their track that can go 125. But the vast majority of it's 79 miles per hour and goes through the middle of cities. The loop... I probably should have made it bidirectional, but... That's something we can add at some other point in time. I just wanted to make sure we had something going. All right, so that's done. That works. It's actually making some sort of progress, and we are getting some things popped in here. Those are being fulfilled. Those are all being fulfilled. Hollywood, of course, doesn't have goods yet. That's going to take a while. But these guys are looking okay. Now, the really annoying thing is going to be dealing with this. So now I'm going to take out the passenger bits here. Now, this is a freight connection, so that can stay, but that passenger terminal did not need to be there. Yeah, a lot of the Midwest stuff is not good, but they did upgrade somewhere in Illinois or Indiana, maybe. I know there's a substantial part of the track that Amtrak uses that has been upgraded for 110 mile per hour service. No, I am absolutely ignoring your provocations. The discourse around California high-speed rail is nauseating. But we need to put in some little stations here to connect to all of this. So probably shouldn't be demolishing any of these buildings here. But this is not... well, I mean, they'll build more of it if they really want to. Let's just connect this. Bring this out to here. Get that connected there, and then what I will do, because I can, is I'll just bring this out here, and I'll get that to connect there. Yeah, that actually almost looks like it's supposed to look like that. Let's bring that out to here, get that straightened out. That actually looks kind of decent. Who'd have thunk it? Now I am unfortunately going to remove these three, eminent domain, etc. And I guess I should plan for this to be 2 tracks. See, I did the exact same thing here where I didn't plan for this to be anything but a through track, but it's fine. We did that before. So that can go there. I need another one on this side, which I guess, while we're at it, just get that connected there. Then I'll put one of these here. That'll be fine. And then I'll put one more over here. That is the supply track. I guess that's fine. If those cross, it's okay. See, these are houses. I don't want to remove those if I don't have to. Get that there. That there. That little stub is going to go away because I have to build something there. See, I don't want to eminent domain their stuff, so maybe I will just... maybe we'll just do this. As long as these tracks play nice with these tracks, which... that's going to be a pain. That's going to really be annoying. Maybe it is... I am going to have to eminent domain this. It's fine. They can rebuild. They'll be alright. Alright, now I've got to build here to here. Obviously, that's not going to, you know, be a viable thing. That to there will work. Sharp corner, slow speed, it's fine. We don't really need to be that worried about it. But maybe I could get it to go a little faster than 28. That seems a bit insane. See, if I cut it real close around this corner here, it's just like 55. Oh, see, it still does that same... Alright. I tried. I really did. I really did. This does not want me to be great. Come on. Try a little bit more. I know this is like an exercise in futility. 34 is good enough. There you go. Good job. That will work just fine. Going like this. Why is there this random hump in the middle? Nobody knows. But we've just accepted that that's going to be how it is. I'm not going to stop the supply train. We can stop the commuters. That would be fine, just like that. I know that they're going to be going different directions. I just want to make sure I have all that covered. All right. Next, we have to get over to here, which that almost works, but I guess I can't really go any faster than 38, but I can do... Can I get that to do any less? 38. Is that going to line up? Not quite. Well, 36 is still fine. These aren't going to have much of a chance to go too much faster than this anyway. Now the really annoying part with this is going to be getting these connected here. But we did that before with Birmingham, it's fine. Or, I'm sorry, Beaverburg. That's what it's called now. And I'll have this go all the way out here. Construction not possible. What? Get out of here. Is that the very edge of this? Alright. I'll just go right to there. Alright, so that works for that. Now I just have to get this connected here. This is going to be the exact same kind of garbage I just did, except slightly less terrible. Get out of here. Stop that. Alright. And I think I have enough clearance here to have those guys stop there. Should be fine. Alright, now we have this blasted city figured out. So now I have to read all this. Can you force the train to do railing by boosting the speed? No. They're all AI. It's not AI, whatever, but they're controlled by the game. This is a surprisingly civil discussion about politics. I'm not inviting more of that, by the way, but I'm impressed with how you're handling yourselves. Good job. Let's do clockwise loop. So this is automatically on the inside track. Yeah, it looks like it. Very good. The game is actually kind of smart. Okay, here we go. Not Patterson, Paterson. What a stupid name for a city. Clockwise shuttle. There we go. And then we'll have another one counterclockwise. And it automatically did it that way. I love this game sometimes. Okay. So now that can actually do something. We just have to have, you know, vehicles to run on it. Which is going to require that we have yet another one of these train depots. I'm going to have to end here in a little bit. Maybe another 15-20 minutes. It's going to be the easiest way to do this. I don't really want to have crossovers with this, but it's probably going to be the only way to really have everything be exactly where it's supposed to be. What a pain. Why did I do this to myself? I know long term we're going to want to have entrances on the other side of these stations for when this eventually grows. We'll get that at some point, but... I really should not be spending this much time worrying about this. I'm just going to pop in a simple crossover. They shouldn't ever have to use this, and it shouldn't stop them because the paths aren't going to collide, but I need to be able to I need to be able to attach to something here. Is this even going to allow me to? No. Okay. See, that's a dangerous game. Dangerous game to be playing with this. Okay. So all of that, yes. All of that for this tiny little building that we're not going to need after I build literally anything with this. Okay. So the only options we have for this kind of stuff is, once again, the M300. Then we'll just do the same thing. All right. We have so many lines. They should be able to do both of these at the same time. It's going to have to at some point reverse one of these stations. I think it's going to go here and then flip. There it goes. All right, cool. We can work with that. All right. Now we have to have in each of these stations. We don't have to have a separate building on this other side, so we can just do a side entrance, but honestly, I might just make another building anyway, because it kind of looks nice. That is a bigger building than the other one. Hold on. Must replace it with a small one. There we go. Wow, there's actually people using this. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of this community. They're doing such a good job, even though I trash-talked their town incessantly. Alright. So at the very least, now I will have the ability to get roads connected here. That is not going to be perfectly straight, but that's probably... Ooh, yikes, that's ugly, actually. Let's fix that. Let's bring this out this way. And see how close I can get without it looking completely insane. Oh, okay. That actually looks mostly good. I would like those trees not to be right in front of the doorway, so that'll work. Oh, this doesn't need a road anyway. That can be substantially improved. Let's bring this out to hopefully straight. Yep. I know not everything has to be perfectly straight, but... Wait, what the heck is this? Oh, that's the other piece of the road in there. Get that out of there. Oh, don't make me snap like that. So this is a... Ugh. That's awful. That's really terrible. Alright, so this is the part where I extend this. I know this is absolute torture to watch. I'm working on it. Working on it. I want this to be able to connect and not look like absolute you-know-what. There we go. Okay, so that's connected to the outside there. This can continue expanding at some point in the future and be fine. The rest of these, probably... No, that's not going to work. There we go. So this main road probably should come all the way through here. Hey, email client. Woo. Alright. So that's a start. they're probably going to continue improving roads, whatever, but we need to move on. I am surprised by how much this is getting used. Yeah, this is done very, very well. I am quite impressed with this. Man, this is like almost enough demand to bring in additional units for this. They are, they're getting stuff done. Yep, and people are building new things right here next to the stations. You love to see it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to add another unit to this. Not necessarily add additional frequency, but you double the capacity of this. I think that the frequency between stations is fine because they're close enough, but additional capacity is going to be the best thing to help there. 35. Okay, so that's not going to be as full, but that'll help long term. Cool. This is great. Well, not objectively, but it is improving. 500. Is this our biggest city now? 506. I sure hope not. Oh no, it is. It's bigger than Beaverburg. We can't let this stand. I did signal the crossing with the cargo line. I think I'd rather have the cargo have priority because it's so less frequent. Oh, but this has to stop all the way up. Okay, I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at. I'm not going to signal it leaving, but I will for when this gets to this split here. No, you're right. I don't want these guys waiting for 1 billion years if this isn't in the same block, because I didn't have this separated at all the entire length. So that's good. Man, this really is about to be the biggest city. That's so depressing. Oh, what a fail. Well, it's 1961. We get anything interesting new? No. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. Oh, they want tools, huh? Cool. So, Hollywood now wants machines and tools. Well, I guess they could have some, but now I have to get through here to Peoria. That's going to be a task because I have the freight station here, and I guess if we really want to be that kind of way about this, I could just make this also the passenger station, but see, I don't know, because there's so many different options for transit here, because you have Modesto over here is going to have to connect to something, but I feel like that's going to end up being part of the Hollywood to that corner of the map thing. I go through here, go through here, go through Akron. Maybe New York might not be a great choice for that, but Milwaukee to West Covina. There's nothing over here. That could work. No, we don't have, you keep calling Hollywood LA. I'm trying to remember. They are not directly connected, no. And they probably won't be by passenger rail, just because of how this map works out, but Beaverburg is connected to this side. And I guess they could connect in Vancouver if they really wanted to, because this is also going to be high speed. When do we get there? I guess I should just go ahead and get this connected, huh? So this road here could be rerouted, come out of this side. And I know I'm the one that made it this way in the first place, but I don't want that to snap to the... There we go. So you can have like kind of a offset crossing like this and be okay, but you don't want it to be too ridiculous. So that'll go there just fine. Just disconnect that. And now it's just kind of an ugly road that doesn't really fit like that. Let's make this straight here. Yes, we are spending a lot of time and money on roads for a train-only playthrough, but it's all about making it work long-term. Alright, so this is already a freight station. If we make a couple more things here, I can make this into a passenger station. And this is going to require maybe a slightly unconventional approach to how we're going to handle this. So bear with me here. I'm pretty sure I just put a passenger platform on this side at the end of the stub track here. And this should let me do this. Let's try that. Should still be connected to this whole mess here. I know this is objectively pretty ugly. Let's take this intermediary platform out and put that in like that. I think this is going to let me do this. Just give me one moment here. All the way out. So now we have passenger station that serves all of this, and then we could have another service connect somewhere else. Actually, I've had a terrible idea. Am I about to create the absolute worst thing imaginable? Because if I'm just going to have an out and back, this is not going to be like a huge hub thing. I could put another platform here and then just have that come this way. I was thinking about maybe wanting to do one going 90 degrees, but I don't think it's going to let me do that. Hello. Stations do kind of look like crematoriums. Promised us no spaghetti, and that rubber conveyor belt in the Satisfactory playthrough looks very tasty. Look. We'll fix it. Maybe. That's tomorrow, though. Same time, same place. See, because I know I have I have to have the local... Oh, no, I can't put this here. I can't put this here. That has to go somewhere else. This passenger track has to be a through track. So what I have to do is I have to, I guess, keep that the same. Give that here, that here. That then has to, I guess, just for the sake of, you know, figuring out what I'm going to be doing here, I actually don't even need to do this way. See, now what's happened is I've, you know, like the thing from Pokemon, it hurt itself in its confusion? Yeah, that's me. This has to go through. This has to go through. The freight does not have to go through. So what I can do about that is I can have this be... First of all, I have to get these... yeah, see, this is what happens. This is what happens, folks. Get that connected to that. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. And I can actually use the correct building. Not the large one, though. There. Wait, no. My God. I probably need to be done with this after this. That's what I needed to do. I needed to have that secondary platform. I know. I know. You're like, what the heck is wrong with this guy? So now, just to get this all the way through the station here, now I have stub end commuter track go all the way around here. This continues around the edge of the map. That was the entire point of all of this. I know I've committed extreme brain damage, but now we can continue. So this has to get over to here, and that's not going to want to play nice. The high speed is going to be the issue for my curve routing. I want to make sure 186 is going to be possible going to about here. I don't want to go past that, because that can and probably should be its own separate track, but if I can get my 75 to stay 75 and kind of come closer to here, that's going to be better. Just follow the side of the road about as close as we can. Then that very easily just goes right into the platform it's supposed to. Cool. Is that ugly? Yes. Does it give us a chance for the high speed to actually connect properly? Also, yes. So 186 is going to take out to about here. If I take it a little further, then I can get to that. Now it wants to be a tunnel. I guess it doesn't matter between these two stations unless it's going to skip these. It might actually skip Peoria and go to San Diego. That's going to be the easier thing to do. Oh, I'm thinking about this too hard. All right. Where's my round the outside? We have to make a modification to its routing. So after Upper Hollywood, we have to go to Peoria. And then after Peoria, we have to go to Upper Hollywood. And then everything else stays exactly the same. Wow. Got 114 people waiting here. I don't see... Oh, there they are. I don't think that one train can hold all that many. Yeah, we'll take the high speed to San Diego. That'll be fine. Beaverburg Farm. Now we're cooking. We are, in fact, cooking. Hollywood wants tools. I'm sure they do. Okay, well, I should still have enough. Where's... Oh, look at this mess. Sheesh. I got 463 building materials going to Hollywood. I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not gonna work. Okay, so this all the way down. Everyone's gonna get off, just about. And that fills up. Now I don't have enough to do more than one train. I'm not gonna try to, you know, multi-track this, but what I will do is I will add additional cars to this. So that'll be fine. And that's what these like local commuter-ish trains do, is they just add more capacity and go slow. As long as everyone gets where they need to go, then that's fine. Hello, hello? What kind of a train can't hold 100 people? Well, the numbers in this game aren't really that realistic. Wow, they actually picked up even more here. Because I guess those people wanted to go the other direction. Well, usually one of these coaches by itself, in real life, for long-distance travel would hold around 60 people. For short-distance travel where it's just commuter stuff, usually around 80 to 90. And then bi-level commuter cars, gallery cars, whatever, will hold more than that, like over 100 each. This is Transport Fever 2, playing on the US map, or the US settings at least. Alright, now we got the 737. Not going to use it, of course, but we'll get the Metroliner hopefully soon. Possibly use feeder transportation for connectivity to the station. Yeah, we've done that in a couple spots. A couple different cities have loop lines, and at least one or two of them have shuttle lines that take them to the main station. I'm trying to do this without building anything that isn't a train, selfishly just because there's an achievement for it. But I thought it would be kind of fun not to use any buses or trucks or airplanes or anything. Alright, so this is now completely full, and there's still people waiting. So we probably could add additional cars to this, but there's going to come a point where this is going to be unable to handle all of this, and then should be replaced with the AB unit, which still says mediocre, but it's fine. Let's go to 190. Metroliner's 1969. Okay, I'm not going to have enough time to get there today, but that's fine. Oh, the engine's on the back pushing. I need to I need to reconfigure this. This looks awful. That's about as long as the platform can support. Are they seriously going to fill this all the way? They are. They're still going to fill it all the way up. And there's still... Wow, there's a lot of people waiting. So, yeah, this is... I don't want to replace it. I want to edit it. There we go. This needs to go all the way to the front. There we go. Now it actually looks correct. It kind of does look like Metro North, doesn't it? Not quite, but... I can't believe how many people want to ride this. No, road train would be the English term. They don't really exist outside of Australia. Because in the U.S. and... Well, I know in Canada there's different regulations for that, but in the U.S. you have to have a special permit to operate a semi-truck with a load longer than like a combined length tractor and trailer of like 80 feet, I think. So sometimes you'll see doubles, maybe triples in a few states, but most states the most you can do is one tractor and 2 short trailers that are like 28 feet apiece. You'll see that with FedEx, UPS, some of those other like carriers like that will have the short trailers, but most of the time in the U.S. it's just a single tractor, single trailer. Most of ours are 53 foot, but I know in Canada there's some areas you can do longer than that. And then in Australia, of course, with the road trains, they'll have 2, 3, 4 super long trailers all just hitched together. Okay, now it's not completely full. Yeah, 53s with doubles would be just utter insanity. In the US, at least. There's some really interesting videos on YouTube of people, like, driving or riding in road trains in Australia, talking about all the different stuff. Because, like, the distance between major cities is nuts. Like, you think the rural southwest of the United States is really remote? Forget it. You got places in Australia you can drive like an entire day and not run across another town. Out in the outback or the bush or whatever the correct term is for it, I don't remember. I'm really impressed by how many people are riding this. That's nice. Now this doesn't look good with the terrain here, but look at all these people waiting to go. We got 49 people waiting to go around the outside the other way. Is that the Trans-Siberian Express that you're referring to? I've seen a couple videos on that. I see what you did there. We won't follow this too much longer. I just want to see how many people are going to get on here again. This looks like a proper passenger train with a whole bunch of cars on it. Moscow to Vladivostok. That's a long way. Well, you said 7 days. $2 billion. Look at us go. Okay, so this seems to have calmed down a little bit since we added more capacity, so that's good to see. Here in Norfolk, we got 21 people want to go to Paterson, which is all the way down here, and then 6 want to go to Hollywood. Okay. Yes, one train. still not quite full. And here we have, wow, okay, we got 206 want to go to Vancouver. Yeah, this would be a good candidate once it's actually looped all the way around. To have, we need to decide what the most popular method of travel is going to be direction-wise, and have the local go that direction, have the high-speed go the other direction, I think might make more sense. But this is working tremendously well. I am very pleased. Yeah, Amtrak long distance is interesting. East Coast to Midwest, did you take the Cardinal or did you take the Capital Limited, if that still exists? They combine a couple of routes. Well, the problem with the second track is I don't have enough space because well, I guess I could modify it. It's probably fine. That will definitely be a next time problem to solve, though, because I'm about to be out of time today. It's just so nice to see all these people taking this. Wow, Vancouver's grown a lot since we put this in. Nice. So everyone should be getting off here, more or less. Yep. And then that's going to fill all the way up, probably. Yep, but I can't really add anything else to it because that's going to be too long. Vancouver's now at 226. We've got people waiting to go across here. How's Beaverburg? 567. No, it just went down to 550. Okay, is it at least bigger than... man. What a pain. Well, getting this directly connected to other stuff is probably going to help also. And we could, if we really felt like it, we could make this also a passenger station and just have a line going direct to Paterson here. Because this does still have a passenger platform. And I've got a, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just do that. Construction, not possible. Well, have you ever thought about that? Oh, it's because the signal's in the way. Alright, let's take the signal out. Run this. I know I said it was about to be done, but you know how this goes. Just pop this back where it needs to be. Then I just have to have a good routing to get through here. This might end up being changed. North Dakota to Washington, so that would be the Empire Builder, most likely. That's a really scenic one. That's on my bucket list. I would love to take that someday. But long distance travel is expensive. So if this goes down, probably would be easier than going up. So look at me trying to solve problems that don't really need to exist. Oh, I shouldn't have it go completely underneath everything. If I come out this way, and you go around the farm. Route sounds like it's empty. No, the Empire Builder is actually one of the most popular routes on the Amtrak network. A lot of people take the long-distance trains in the U.S. for recreation purposes. Partly because they're so expensive, but also partly because they're just really, really scenic. I've always felt like that's been one of this country's greatest strengths, is the natural beauty of the landscaping. I say landscaping like it's, you know, like a golf course or something, but there's a lot of really great stuff to see here. And even people who've lived here all their lives don't always get to see all of it. It's a shame. Okay, that is going to go way too far down. I don't need to have that go all the way down. I'd need it to just cross underneath this right here. So that would be a great way to do this. All the way out to here, and that can go up very easily. I just have to have it come past this. I know, super long tunnel, not the height of realism, but that's the way she goes. Let's bring this to this side here. That is substantially closer to the surface than I would probably prefer. Let's not forget... Oh, that's my only option, really? Along that entire distance? I guess I'll just do that, and then we'll start a new one. Construction not possible. Wait. That was a mistake. So how deep is this, actually? All the way down there? So now this wants to go all the way up here. I want this to cross underneath here still. I need it to not do that. There. No, why was that so hard to do this entire time? Alright. So now that's going to come up like that. That looks absolutely horrific. Let's not do that. Coming out there is slightly worse. What about if I brought this up here? Is that going to be any better? That actually does look substantially better. I'm just trying to make this not look completely stupid next to this. That is almost believable. Yeah, okay, so Amtrak pricing is really weird because of the way Amtrak is set up as a technically private corporation that is more or less wholly owned by the government. They have a mandate in their charter that means they have to make as much money as possible, so that's how the pricing is set. If you want, and it's stupid, I wish it wasn't like that, but if you want to get cheap Amtrak tickets, you got to buy them a long time in advance. And Boston and New York would be Northeast Corridor, so you'd have the option of the Acela, you'd have the option of the Northeast Regional, and I think there's a couple of long-distance trains you can book on that route, too. But the pricing is going to vary so much, you have to shop around a ton. And it is, it's really frustrating that that's how that's set up. But that is the way that it's set up. Alright, now we need a little passenger shuttle here. I remember I said it was going to be done, and then I wasn't done. Well, you know how it goes. This is now a passenger platform. After I actually build a passenger platform. And then I need a passenger building that can connect anywhere that has an entrance there that goes out to the street, so they could actually walk from here to here. Be totally fine. So that still isn't going to connect all the way. But it does connect there. Oh, I forgot I could just do over here. That works too. Ooh, that is kind of gnarly. Kind of gnarly here. So this is the part where I have to build another stupid road here. Oh, it's still on curve mode. Okay. Get off of curve mode. You are on straight mode. Stop it. What are you? Stop. We have company over. You're embarrassing us. What kind of nonsense? All right. Road. No, don't attach to the train. I don't know how you managed to do it, but you figured it out. Stop. Collaborate and listen. That's a throwback. Extend that out here. I guess I'll just have to build. Why do you keep doing that? All right. Now it's finally... Oh, yikes. That is awful. That is terrible. Doesn't matter. It's connected. So this does extend all the way around. So, now we have to make a little shuttle line. Beaverburg to There we go. And that, because it is a relatively short line, going to get the New Haven EP5 looks nice. Passenger, it was already 75 miles per hour anyway, so that's fine. We'll just use this. Let's start with 4 coaches. Send that on its way. And we will just follow it and see how many people want to ride this. Alright, nobody's on there, as I expected, but they should start showing up at some point. Yep, there's already one person over there wanting to ride it. Even if 2/3 of this line is an impossibly expensive underground tunnel that would never be built in reality, it is here. Wow, there's actually 13 people on it. And now it is waiting because I didn't signalize this side of it, but that's fine. Oh, there's a little dude in there. Wow, that stopped right at the very end, huh? I am shocked at how popular this is. 43 people already. See, all those things are a trade-off. I think there's a balance to be found with a whole bunch of this stuff. But yeah, flying in the U.S. is so expensive. Which, it's a big country, I get it, but Russia's also a big country. And if you're paying $35 US equivalent for most of your flights, I don't know that I could book any flight anywhere in the US that cheap. Wow, this is going to fill up. It's completely full. All right, well, time to add more cars, I guess. We do at some point get commuter cars that can hold a lot more, but all right, let's double this. Get it up to 133. I love that this is what shows up on this. Oh, because I zoomed out on that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if I wanted to fly to Dubai, which I don't think I'd ever have a reason to go there, but I would probably have to spend for that flight like $1,000. All right, we just hit 4 hours, so this is probably about the time to end it, but I do want to see how many people get on the other end here. Oh, there's a lot of people waiting. There's a lot of people waiting. So this is when the passenger service starts to actually be profitable, when you have a whole lot of stuff connected. Oh, only 57? Okay. Yeah, this has been really fun. I like this game a lot, and I feel like we've finally made some really, really, really good progress, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. But yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and end this. Library closes in less than an hour, and I promised I would take someone there, so I'm going to go do that, have some dinner, and then I have to record Roller Coaster Tycoon for tomorrow. And then we have Satisfactory tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Whatever time that means for you, would love to have you there. It's not going to be that long of a stream. But I do want to get a couple more things fixed, organized, so on and so forth. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate all the support, all the memberships. and all the just good times chatting with you guys. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.